Everybody, welcome. Tesla is down 1.5%. Can everyone hear me, first of all? Everyone hear me okay? If you can hear me, give me a thumbs up. And if you're on live chat, give me a message on live chat. All right, looks good. Tesla is down 1.5%. Overall markets are up 0.7%, Dow Jones 0.2%, NASDAQ 0.4%, S&P 500. Any questions, comments? Please request to speak. Give me 1 second. How is the audio quality now? You can leave a live chat message. In the meantime, Tesla is down 1.6% at $173 per share. Markets are up. Apple is down substantially at 4.3% after the DOJ accused it of antitrust. Reddit IPO. Reddit stock is up about 40%, I believe. The yield curve, 10-year treasury yield is at 4.27. Oil is at 81. Natural gas prices are down. I sent the macro daily digest to patrons. Macro daily digest goes out to Tesla patrons as well, but starting April 1st, I'm going to move it to value patrons. Value patrons. So Tesla patrons won't get macro daily digest unless if they sign up for value tier. Valid tier will also include articles on macroeconomics, and I'm going to add other things as well. I haven't decided exactly what I will add, but there are things in the works. Initial weekly claims came in lower than expected at 210,000, continuing claims at 1.8 million. I see Omar here, Wes is here. Any questions, comments, please request to speak. Philadelphia Fed index came in positive for March. S&P Global US Manufacturing PMI came in at 52.5. Services came in at 51.7. Both in the expansion territory. So there's no recession right now. There's absolutely no recession right now. If somebody tells you that we're in a recession right now, run away from that person. Omar, welcome. How are you?
Hey, doing good.
How is V12 doing? I keep seeing very positive feedback on V12.3.
Yeah, it's good to see that other people around the country are experiencing perfect drives. One guy thinks that he did 3 days of drives with no interventions, 17 trips or something like that. And other people are saying, I'm having a lot of intervention free drives. So it's great to see that happening across the country. I think V11 was capable of some pretty good performance, but within a more limited geographic area. So if you lived in California or certain places, you might be seeing really great results, but depending on where you lived, your experience might be a lot worse. So 12 seems to be a lot better at generalizing to different areas of the country and giving somebody in, a totally different part of the country an experience that is intervention free, just like people in California have had previously. So that's really good to see how V12 can sort of generalize to other areas. I went and did some more rideshare drives. with V12 last night, and again, it did all of them without any intervention, and nobody really noticed that it was even on. So, starting to get some consistency there. I wouldn't say it's 100% perfect. I did have to take over one time when there was a car sort of trying to change lanes, so it was kind of sticking out of the lane and it was in two lanes, if you understand what I mean. Like it was in the left turn lane, then decided it needed to get out, so it was sticking around, and my car kind of wanted to go around it, but there wasn't really enough room behind the car and the curb, so it had kind of a situation where it wanted to try something that it probably shouldn't have tried, and probably could have made it, but it would have kind of gone over the curb to do it, so I took over. But other than that, I think that happened in between one of the drives, but pretty much all the rides with the passengers were, perfect. I didn't have to do anything. So it really is getting good there, especially as they continue to train the model. I think it's going to be great. We are going to have a 12.3.1 rolling out this weekend. Elon says that's going to fix some of the annoyances. I can imagine things like flashing red lights that are pretty basic. I would expect things like that to be handled by the 12.3.1 in advance of a 12.4 rolling out, 2 weeks from this prior week. So, early April. And we're also starting to see Auto Park roll out. We got some release notes for the Auto Park feature. We are seeing Auto Park in non FSD builds. So, vision only cars that haven't had Auto Park are finally getting Auto Park back. You can touch any spot. There's a new sort of UI for that. Touch any spot in the parking lot or parallel park, and it should then, park in that spot. So similar to what we've seen with FSD. And, I tweeted about it. Elon liked the tweet. I said, what comes after this is smart summon and reverse summon. So I think we should expect probably FSD 12.4 will probably start to add some of this auto park functionality and then summon after that. Tesla Scope says he hasn't seen it go out to any customer cars yet, but it may be on employee cars so far. But it sounds like this is starting to roll out, and assuming no problems are found, it should continue to roll out to customers, continue to roll out to FSD users. So that's going to be a super cool feature, and I think a lot of fun for people to try. So, pretty stunning pace of improvements. In autopilot, for a while, it kind of felt like nothing was happening because they were working on V12 behind closed doors. And people were saying, yeah, V11's just making the same mistakes. What's going on here? But now that 12 is out, things seem to be moving very quickly. So it's super exciting. And then you see people on the autopilot team, not Elon, people like Phil Dewan say, you haven't seen anything yet. This is just the beginning. And it's like, man, what have they seen? If this is the version of the software they've put out, and they're saying this is just the beginning, you haven't seen anything yet. And these aren't guys to hype things up unnecessarily. I mean, what is it in these next few releases? I can't wait to find out.
Well, what do you think it is?
Well, I think we're going to be feature complete. I think you'll be able to go to the destination, tap a parking spot, have it go park there, and then be able to summon the car out of the parking spot, have it come to you, and then you get in and it takes you to your destination. So it should be theoretically possible to go a complete day without doing any driving, save for any interventions you might need to have. But if it's a zero intervention day, which it is really consistently becoming zero intervention, then you could just do all your traveling for the day without having to use the manual driving controls at all.
Do you think the NAD will come out at some point soon?
I do, yeah. I think it will. Once the software's ready and it's getting there fast, GM, Ford, They're selling systems that are hands free. I think taking out the nag and going to cabin camera only, that's the way to go. I think they were probably waiting for V12 to do it, right? Because we're like, hey, get rid of the nag on V11. They've already seen V12. So they probably said, okay, yeah, let's do this, but let's do it after V12 is mature. Because V12 doesn't make those sudden jerking movements. 11, you could be, just driving and suddenly it just jerks to the left or jerks to the right. V12 doesn't really tend to do that. It tends to be much more sort of stable. It doesn't do these sort of unnatural actions. So I think the architecture and the results we're seeing of the software are progressing nicely to go to cabin camera only. And I could see them doing that in 2024. I'm not sure what the discussions are between them and NHTSA, but it is getting to the point, I think, where it's actually making it less safe because people could potentially disengage accidentally. So for the cars that have a cabin camera, going to cabin camera only, I think it's a no-brainer. I think they can do it with V12. Elon has said he supports it. I think they'll do it once the time is right. Once we get a few versions of V12 out there, and people are really saying, wow, the disengagements I have, I almost never have to disengage. And the disengagements I have are very calm disengagements. It's not frantically grabbing the wheel. It's more, pressing the accelerator because we're stuck too long or something like that. Then, the time will be right to do that. And it's going to, I think, dramatically improve the user satisfaction. As you know, I've been using it without the nag and it works fine without the nag. You don't need it. The cabin camera does everything you need to monitor the driver's attention. And it's just a completely artificial limitation. You don't need to actually touch the wheel at all. So I think once people actually experience that and they experience the feeling of just sitting there and having their car take them everywhere and they literally don't have to lift a finger, that's going to be another moment where it just sort of clicks for them, the removal of the nag. And that, along with smart summon, seeing FSD beta operate driverlessly outside the car for the first time, I think that'll be another moment where things click. Then after that, I would think the next step is to allow them to turn off the cabin camera in certain scenarios. So I would say, for example, in a traffic jam on a highway, you've seen Mercedes, for example, claim level 3 driving by saying, oh, well, you can take your eyes off the road and watch a movie if you're in a traffic jam on the highway. Well, I think we're really not that far once the highway driving goes end to end that you could have, below 40 miles an hour. Yes, you can actually turn off the cabin camera and you can use your screen. You can even put on Netflix if you got a movie in the back seat, it could probably play in the front seat too. And you can probably take your eyes off the road and Tesla can probably, take liability and just insure any accidents that happen there and say, okay, um, if we beep at you and say, hey, you need to take over, then you still have to be ready to take over. But we can kind of turn off the cabin camera when you're in a traffic jam on the highway and let you check your phone or whatever, because FSD is good enough that we know probably nothing's going to happen. Then the next step after that will be actually disabling the cabin camera at full speed on the highway. So you don't need to be in a traffic jam. You can be just on the highway and you can use your cabin camera. Use your phone, watch a movie, do whatever. And then after that, city streets. And then after that, driverless, uh, universally. So I think we're going to continue to see them take an incremental approach here, and removing the nag is the first step in that.
Do you think it's geography by geography, or is it going to be like highways everywhere across the nation?
Um, it's difficult to predict, but here in the United States, the highways all do conform to the same standard. Um, so conceivably, if it works on any interstate highway, it should, work on pretty much all of them. you'd want to see reliability that was obviously extremely high, like no disengagements in a traffic jam ever, right? And then you'd be able to say, okay, we can do this. And like if your data showed that people who are on FSD are actually crashing less and having less interventions, crashing less without any interventions than a human, right? So let's say a human driving manually gets in a fender bender and bumper to bumper traffic more often than FSD, even, unsupervised, then you can say, okay, yeah, it makes sense to turn this on. And we're actually going to reduce the number of crashes, not increase the number of crashes.
Yeah. Any questions or comments, please request to speak. What do you make of DOJ suing Apple?
Yeah, I mean, there's been a lot of scrutiny of really Apple's business practices. They obviously charge 30% of all app sales, all digital goods sold in the App Store. It's really constrained Silicon Valley in many ways, right? The Apple tax. And you've seen some high profile fights. Notably, Tim Sweeney of Epic has been a big critic of sort of these App Store monopolies. And they kind of rebelled and put their own payment processing in their Fortnite game, which was really popular. And Apple pulled them out of the store. They had a big lawsuit. Apple ended up winning. And, it kind of seemed like things were going to stay the same. But now with the DOJ, pursuing an antitrust action against them, a number of things I think could come of this. They could be forced to open up their business somewhat, possibly lower that 30% fee, um, possibly open up iMessage, I think, sort of all of these sort of things that lock into the Apple ecosystem. So, Apple's got great lawyers. I'm sure they're going to navigate this as best they can, but um, you saw similar antitrust action against Microsoft back in the day. There were some actions that came out of that, like letting people pick their own browser in the EU and stuff like that. But you know, it, it's we'll see what can happen. But there's certainly a laundry list of items that you could you could list as being potentially anti-competitive by Apple or harming the industry. So I think there's a lot of people in the tech industry who are happy to see this and hope that it can result in a more level playing field for everyone in the industry. I mean, even for X, right? If I want to subscribe to X, Tim Cook's got to take 30%. Now they say, well, look, we developed the platform, we gave you these SDKs, we should get a little something for that. But, 30% of the top line, not the bottom line, the top line, it's definitely, I think, had been a big headwind for the tech industry. It's really put the whole industry in a chokehold, really. Everybody has to go through Apple, and Apple has just this enormous power. So, yeah, I'll be following this case closely. It has potentially huge ramifications for X, for Tesla, and for the whole sort of Silicon Valley ecosystem, really.
About Tesla, do you have any thoughts on that topic, or would you like to give us an update on the rollout?
I don't have much to say about Apple, but I guess we'll see what happens. Um, as far as the update, I just stopped for a few minutes, but there's really nothing new as far as the rollout of 12, version 12. It's we're still where we were yesterday. No new waves. So it is possible that they paused until the next version, or maybe they will continue. As Omar said yesterday, uh, they may as well just roll out more to more cars with the current version before they start going to 3.1. So we'll see what happens. I'm optimistic that we will see one way or another. We'll see more cars on V12 by this coming weekend. Really hopeful. And one other new development, I don't know if you guys already talked about this or not. I just joined a minute ago. So basically, there is a new version that is currently going to employees only, but might start rolling out anytime. Version 2024.2.11. And it seems to have the vision-only auto park, which is a welcome addition. So I don't think it has FSD V12, but it has the vision-only auto park, which is kind of interesting. This is something that a lot of customers on hardware 4 have been waiting for quite some time, more than a year. A feature that was dropped with the hardware 4, not hardware 4 so much, but with the drop of the ultrasonic sensors. And finally, it's coming back. So the cars without USS will now start getting the features that other cars had before, like auto park and hopefully summon or actually smart summon that was promised. So I'm really optimistic about this. Sounds like this might be coming within the next 2-3 months, maybe even sooner. We'll see.
Yeah, it kind of seems like at this point, if they have a 12.3.1, that's pretty much ready to go this weekend, and they say it fixes some major annoyances. I could see them just waiting to roll out that. So I could see probably no additional rollouts, but then sometime between Friday and Monday, which is Tesla's definition of the weekend, we would then see 12.3.1 roll out. And we'd probably see new users included in that wave as well, I expect.
Yeah, and I don't think they are looking at this from the point of view, okay, what do we want to roll out to customers? I think they're looking at this more from the point of view, what is more helpful for to developers? Do we have enough cars in the field with the current version so that they can get all the data they need, or do they need more data? Do they want to roll out? So depending on that, they may decide one way or the other. If they have enough data to analyze, maybe they don't need to roll out this version anymore, so they will pause. And every time they roll out updates, they want to keep certain percentage of the cars on the previous version, because that makes it much easier to track any regressions. So I figure that even if they start rolling out this weekend, it's not going to be like 100% or anywhere closer to that. It will still be probably some portion, maybe a big chunk, but they will keep some V11 as well as possibly V12.3 on some cars, just so that they can compare the telemetry coming from the field and see if they missed something in the lab.
So Maki, you may go ahead. Maki, you have to unmute yourself for us to hear you. Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
I can hear you.
Okay. Omar, what do you think about the fact that the stock price just is not reflecting this enthusiasm around V12?
Well, I mean, why should it? Is it in the newspaper? Have you seen any articles about how V12 is rolling out? One? Have you seen any news stories? Have you seen it on the Bloomberg
No.
terminal? Nobody knows about it. Until it's on the P&L, it's very abstract to them.
Yeah. Yeah, that's probably true. I'm curious
Now, if
how
Tesla
it's
comes
gonna.
out and says we have 600,000 users and we crossed 1 billion miles, and we're actually going to break out how much revenue we're generating from this, it's over, $2 billion or whatever, then Wall Street will start paying attention. Absolutely.
Yeah, I'm curious how the revenues and the profits from the software are going to roll into the income statement in the coming periods. Do you expect any material impact in the bottom line this year?
Yeah. I mean, depends on how you define material. I could see it being anywhere from, maybe 2 to 5 billion, maybe 10 billion in a really outlandishly bullish scenario. But, a few $1 billion on $100 billion company, it's not moving the needle that much. If you're a forward thinking investor, you can look at it and say, okay, this is growing from 1 or 2 billion to 5 billion. I think it could keep growing even faster. But the auto business looks, larger by comparison. But of course, the margins on the software are much higher. A lot of people are plugging in, gross margins of 70 to 90% on the software compared to, like 16% on the auto business.
Yeah, yeah, I'm curious to see. All right, let's see what else. What else is new today? We talked about Apple a little bit. We talked about the V12 rollout. About Tesla says 12.3.1 is going to go out possibly this weekend.
We had the
Um,
Neuralink
yeah,
demo.
we'll get to in a second. Let me just get the question from Bogdan. Bogdan, you may go ahead.
Hi, Yaman. Hi, Amon. I have a question. Um, Obviously, Tesla will solve the FSD, and let's say in 5 years, that amount of the money they're gonna make gonna be insane. What do you think they will invest that money to? Like what like it will be like dividends some point, or I mean, I'm assuming some buyback, but like this amount of money, where would you think Tesla will invest it in the future? Thank you.
Well, Optimus is number one, right? More factories and Optimus. As tens of bit, I mean, the capex is going to ramp up to $10 billion a year soon here. So we're looking at tens of billions of dollars of investment.
Billions of dollars of training compute, billions of dollars for robot hardware and manufacturing, new factories around the world for the next gen platform, eventually even returning some capital to shareholders. I mean, there's a long list of things they could do with that cash flow. So, I mean, just read their quarterly reports and shareholder letters and you'll get a pretty good idea.
And those are rollout too. I mean, that's not peak.
Yeah,
Fail.
billions in that too.
Hey, do we know what the value of Tesla's Bitcoin is right now? Like, do they publish that information?
It is.
Every quarter end, but it's not material.
Okay, it's a small position then.
Yeah, I mean, they sold 75% of it. If they had diamond handed, then maybe it could be a different story, but Wall Street was too scared.
Dale, if you were the treasurer of Tesla, would you buy more?
No, I wouldn't. I'm not a big crypto fan. I get it. I kind of see it could be the future in some way, but I think our current financial system and how a company operates, they should just stay along those lines.
Yeah, I agree. Dale, what are you working on these days? What are you excited about?
Well, this morning I actually asked Omar on a in a different space a little earlier today. I was doing some work on some training of a sign language application I've been working on with machine learning, and the way it works is I basically use a Keras machine learning model. I show it my hands. I showed all the different signs. And what I've done is there's bounding boxes that are around the hand. And I kind of hit a point where I had to offset the bounding box. And I overdid it. The hand wasn't there, but the shadows in the background of the hand that I could barely perceive were there. And I was seeing, when I actually ran the model, it was picking up on the shadows and assigning a probability to what it was. And so it kind of prompted a question I asked Omar. I said, if you're driving your car, your Tesla in FSD, and there's a truck parked on the side of the road with a pedestrian behind it that you can't see, but a shadow is projected from that onto the road, will the machine learning algorithms pick that up in a superhuman kind of way where the FSD, just like the shadows from my hand on the wall, picked it up and assigned some sort of probability to it in a superhuman kind of way, and I got a great explanation from Omar about that.
I've noticed it can even see like the reflections of headlights to notice that approaching cars are coming.
And I'm super excited to see all these little nuances, the head scratchers. As people get more and more comfortable with FSD doing, drives that you don't have to intervene, I think we'll start to probably pass that. And maybe the new thing to talk about in these spaces will be all the head scratchers. Like, how did the car possibly know what to do in certain situations? So that'll be exciting. That'll be fun.
Dale, what did you think of Neuralink's presentation?
I thought it was really, really good, and I'm surprised. Um, a year ago, I was saying that Neuralink is one of the companies that I thought had a low probability of succeeding in the way that it did succeed. So I was very surprised to see something successful in a human, and it's changed my view completely. But yeah, I had very low hopes a year ago, and I was quite public about that. And here we go again. Don't bet against Elon.
Omar, what did you think?
Yeah, I mean, obviously it's incredible to see a human controlling a computer with their mind. So they've sort of demonstrated output from the brain. Essentially, the little Neuralink device is seeing the signals that are coming out of your brain, the motor movements, and it's able to send that to a computer wirelessly over Bluetooth. So this is incredible. I mean, I think obviously for someone who's quadriplegic or paralyzed or has ALS or a number of conditions, this could be a life changer for them, giving them the ability to use a computer much faster. At least they can go on X, they can go on the internet, they can actually, do business and do work actually and potentially make a living. So it's incredibly transformative, but I could see it being something that a consumer could want eventually, where you just want to use it because it's convenient, especially as the surgery becomes obviously less invasive. You have more data showing efficacy and safety in the real world. And if they can get it to something that's kind of like a LASIK procedure and demonstrate that it's safe and there aren't any complications, then I could see people just getting it because, they'd love to be able to control their computer with their mind. So it's really incredible that they've got this far. I mean, it's one of those ideas that just sounds like science fiction, but they've actually made it real. And then we have some commentary on Musk. He says what they want to do next is essentially be able to put signals into the brain. So interface with the visual cortex and restore sight to the blind. So they say that they have this working in some monkeys, which is pretty incredible to me. Like, how would that even work? I don't know. Um, but if they can use that to restore sight to humans who are blind, I mean, that's pretty incredible. And you just think about all the possibilities of this technology. So, I mean, you could control an Optimus probably with a Neuralink. If you can control a mouse cursor, I think you can control an Optimus. And then if you could actually interface with the visual cortex and sort of put data into the visual cortex, you could have sort of like an Apple Vision Pro experience theoretically without having to put a headset on. You could maybe control a bot and see what it sees, all just using your mind. So it's a pretty crazy future we're moving into. And I also think it's just interesting as we study AI to be able to understand the brain better and be able to understand how the brain works. So you saw some Twitter communication between Ashok, the head of Autopilot, and some people on the Neuralink team yesterday, and they were talking. And he said, "Hey, yeah, come by Neuralink." They said, "Yeah, I'd love to talk to you. I'm interested, to understand more about the brain and how it learns and that kind of stuff." And here you got one of the guys, one of the Neuralink engineers at one of Musk's companies, talking to one of the Autopilot engineers at one of his other companies, both using deep learning, I think, in very cutting edge ways. And they're talking to each other using a third one of his companies. And they're sort of friendly, they're collaborating. Engineers even move back and forth between the companies if they like. So it's pretty incredible. I mean, they've had a pretty good week between Starship, this Neuralink demonstration, and FSD 12 rolling out.
Machine and then Meta.
I would just give some preface that the work that Neuralink's doing, the demonstrations, I mean, it's really high, obviously, utility for that one subject and super high potential in the future. But the actual like state of what they're able to do is not necessarily new. Like I believe other companies or especially research labs have done things similar, but I don't know all the details. I would say probably though maybe they haven't done it in such a hardware efficient manner. And I would say more importantly is that Neuralink probably their trajectory, their rate of improvement is something that is much more rapid versus those other companies. So I think it's more not about like what they did, but about the expectation possibly of what they can do a few years from now. Uh, but Omar, I saw him made some joke because they're going to do some work on monkeys, and Omar made some joke about maybe Wall Street analysts could be the first ones, and I thought that was so insulting um, to the monkeys to say they're Wall Street analysts. That's really obnoxious and just uncalled for.
That was really good. Meta.
I agree with machine, and I hesitate to say this, but yeah, I think there are a lot of machines that actually people can implant in the brain into the motor cortex. So I think that's probably also one of the reasons why they started there, because the FDA is going to approve that more freely than if they were doing something completely different. I think there is a lot of wins here to show that you can go through the FDA process, that you can show you can make things safely, you can test things safely. So I think these are all like really positive signs. But for folks that are not familiar with this space, I think it looks way more sci-fi than it is, right? Like if somebody's not quadriplegic, you can't do the same thing because a person thinking about like shaking their right foot creates a lot of noise in a particular area. and thinking about shaking your left foot creates a lot of noise in another area, but you wouldn't be able to create that noise without visibly moving your hands and feet if you weren't quadriplegic. So that empty space that's not being used because your spinal cord is disconnected is what they're using for the like up, down, left, right click signals to control a mouse. It'll be interesting to see when they can speed up the bandwidth. If you notice, he played chess and he played a turn-based game, Civilizations. I think that speaks to the speed at which he can move the mouse and things. Obviously, with more practice and more time, people get really, really good at stuff, right? Like people can juggle, people can do like fantastic things with our bodies. And if you're in a wheelchair and that's all you're doing, you're going to get really good at it very quickly and learn how to move things around. It's like the first time you put your hand on a mouse, it's like all over the place. And then slowly you get really good at the small motor control. So it is very, very positive. But at the same time, I think there are some people out there like, oh, suddenly everybody's going to have telepathy. I don't think that's necessarily what's happening next, because you'd have to find dead space of lots of neuron clouds in human brains. And that's just not how the brain is structured. It's not like there's just extra space in our brain that we can just hook into right now.
Except for yours.
Well, I was just going to say the same thing from Machine, and you said it quicker.
Dang
But
it.
you're too slow. You're too
Well,
slow.
that's because I'm in a coffee shop. That's why.
That's why you'd be a good candidate for Neuralink.
You're right. You're right. My brain is just so big. It's like two brains. It just has so much extra space.
Well, Omar says if you can't control a mouse with cursor with Neuralink, you can't control a Tesla bot with Neuralink. Do you guys agree with that?
I agree. But you know what's going to be funny is like in the future, people who are quadriplegic might be more powerful than people who are able-bodied.
Except for
then I
me.
go snowboarding.
You're going to see lots of people just being like, you know what? I could give up the left foot. Just like take over the left foot. I'll just repurpose that for internet connectivity. And you know what'd be funny is if you could actually repurpose it for internet connectivity, you could also repurpose it for like a mechanical left foot.
Yeah, I mean, listen, people have effectively already tried to do that in sports and using passive prosthetics that can help. I mean, people thought, I don't know if you're familiar with shoes like these Nikes, Vaporfly or whatever, that like can improve your running economy by like 1-2%, which sounds small, but it's actually insanely a large increase. And so that's like all the world records and all that. And everyone now owns those. And I would tell you, even in biomechanics, like 15 years ago, these dumbass researchers would think, "Oh, shoes! I dare you to try to make a shoe that can make someone run faster." I'm like, "What are you talking about?" Like they act like a passive device couldn't do anything. I'm like, "You ever heard of pogo sticks or trampolines? Like you can make people jump higher with a passive device." So it's not surprising that those are passive devices, right? We're not even talking about active devices that are like could be linked into your neural, motor control. So I can totally imagine people getting upgrades to their bodies for certain purposes. To the common person, it seems like an odd thing to do. And I'm sure in sports or something they'll ban it, but I'm sure there's other areas of work where someone's like doing manual labor where they're like, you know what? No, I do want to have like a new back or something like that, so I can go do this job. So, and yeah, it's kind of crazy thoughts.
Mano?
Yeah, there's a company, I forget their name, but they had a over the back device for, I forget if I think it was for hands or for feet. I forget which one, but it was not for quadriplegics. But it was basically a device. I think it was like one hand loss or something like that. You put it on the back, and based on which muscles people slightly flexed, the arms would, do different things. So it's basically binary input based on your back muscles, and people got pretty good at controlling the arm. It's like the motivation level is really, really high. People will figure that out, and like Machine was saying, those are places where eventually they could. I don't know if like a Neuralink is the best way to do it, but theoretically you could find all those signals going to all those muscles. You got like 40 plus muscles in your face. You got all these different little muscles, and you can imagine like little twitches, little activations could be used. However, that's not where Neuralink is today, right? Obviously, today they're just sensing clouds, like large clusters of noise. It would be cool to see them be able to do more and more fine grained stuff, which I'm sure they will be working on at some point. Like the blind sight example is a great example of that, because that would be high bandwidth pass through. Probably the highest bandwidth you could go. So they're going from like one extreme to the other.
Meta, what else is on your radar?
Recently been trying to think about how to explain emergent behavior to folks. So I have a little metaphor / analogy for that. I don't know if you want to go over that, but it's very short.
Sure.
So I think we're going to see this more, but when we see emergent behavior, I think a lot of people are like suddenly going to be surprised because there's this huge jump and like, oh, we can do all these things. But I think what we have to remember is heuristics were like you're trying to build a statue and you can only take like a hand chunk of clay at a time, and you're like trying to build the statue of David, if you will. Like you're putting the clay chunks down and you're additively trying to build out the statue. And over time, you might get like a little hand here, you might get little things there, and you might get certain parts right, but there's large parts of it that are still missing or just not right, and it's taking forever for you to get there. That's like the additive approach of heuristics. The approach of AI and neural nets is more subtractive. So you start with a big rock and you have like a hammer and a chisel, and you can knock off large chunks really fast. So it looks like you're making progress really, really quickly, and the overall shape starts to take effect really, really quickly. But when it comes time to do the very fine details of like the nail on the hand, that's going to take a lot of time and labor. And so right now we're going to see large amounts of movement really, really fast. And then people are going to get to a point where they'll be like, this is just this one simple thing. They just won't fix it. And people are going to start getting really frustrated with those things. And, just trying to put that out there now, because when that starts happening, I don't want people like Machine to be like, I told you they needed fully new architectural change. It's just kind of part of the expected development cycle here.
Machine, did that teach you what emergent behavior is easier than you would have otherwise looked it up?
No, that's fine explanation. I mean, I wasn't paying attention as much just because I shouting kids. All right, these kids, what's with schools these days? They think they could take off days for parent-teacher conferences. 2 days. Who does this?
Dude, I understand you have parental obligations, but I just created a poll on YouTube Live. The question is, should I kick Machine off? And if you want to cast your vote, go to YouTube Live and let me know. Go ahead, Machine.
Well, before the vote closes and I undoubtedly lose, I have another bone to pick with this supposed AI engineer here, and that's on his obsession with Chuck's turns and Tesla collecting data there. Even though Elon Musk actually used the word train for training, and he was disproved, he didn't like it. So he keeps trying to say that Musk doesn't understand the difference between words like training and test. And now they're doing more data collection. So he's like, look, do you think they'd be doing that still unless it was just for tests? And I just want to say, I know maybe you're focused on the nitty gritty details of fixed point versus floating point, and you've never backed up and looked at it from a whole data science problem. But it's very common, even if you don't use that data for training, that you're just using it for validation, that you can still curve fit your models to choose the hyperparameters or choose the training batches that end up showing good behavior even on that data, if it was only for validation, even if it was never in the training. And that's why people even have 3 data sets, where they have a test data set that's blind to everything of the entire protocol. And, maybe that's what they're doing, right? But my guess is this obsession with Chuck's data is leading to some tuned behavior to perform well on his results. Yeah, I know you disagree. That this is not a natural method of data collection that one would do. And is it necessarily bad? No. But, my point still stands that you obsess over this one case. It's fine, but it's not necessarily going to give a great result everywhere. Maybe it won't be bad. It's challenging cases, right? So it would be hard for these models to overfit to singular cases, but conceptually, that's still a no-no.
Okay, conceptually it's a no-no, but in reality it actually works. It works everywhere. It works in my neighborhood in California. He's in Florida on the other end of the country, and it works here, it works everywhere. Okay. So you can say theoretically, yeah, if they were only collecting data from this one intersection and hyper optimizing it just so his videos worked, then yeah, that would be wrong. But
Obviously,
obviously, this is one of many, many unprotected left intersections. It's a challenging one. So that's why they see it as a good place to collect data. But they're using probably hundreds, if not thousands, of similar challenging intersections in their data set to be able to train a model that actually generalizes very well, which you would know if you would just pay the $1,000 to upgrade to hardware 3.
listen, if they, my point is,
I had my hand up. Machine,
fine.
wait your turn. I think Omar is 100% right here. You're completely inexperienced, and so you're thinking about this stuff honestly from like a older way of thinking about machine learning. You're referring to 3 sets, and I noticed you said the names of 2 sets, and you didn't name the third. That third set is the problem here. So, you know, if they were collecting just for training or for test, they have enough data. But in modern real world AI, you don't just collect your control set and then be done, right? Your control set in this case isn't a good representation of real world physics. So instead of building your model and testing it against the control set, which you never use for backprop, right? So you keep that separated. What's a better way to do that? Just drive it in a real world and do that. So I think that's what they're doing there. And that's why it's giving me confidence that if they're at that point and they're doing this stuff, that is the to further that analogy, when they chop the marble off, they're trying to check that they didn't cleave too much off, and now they need to basically hit undo. So if you had that ability, then that's basically what you're doing. So you say, here's 3 or 4 different places we could hit the marble. Which one takes off the biggest chunks of marble, narrowing the search space, but continues to let it work in a complex space. And so that's a great scenario of aggression, safety, and comfort all being balanced.
First of all, I did mention all 3 sets. You just weren't listening. And my point is, this data should be everywhere in the fleet. There's no reason to go fly some engineers to Jacksonville. This is a shithole. Why would you force your engineers to go to Jacksonville to collect data in a specific intersection when you have a whole data set nationwide to collect the data from? This is inefficient use. And if you're going to argue they need to do it, then that's not a very strong support for your case that there's going to be exponential growth in the learning rate of this entire system if you need at some point to go send engineers to go validate specific use cases in certain parts of the world. It's not scalable.
So you just said it, right? They have all this data from all over the fleet, so they don't need to collect it. We agree. What they're doing is not collecting the data. What they're doing is loading new models. So you know how we get 12.3.1? They probably create 12.3.1 A, B, C, D, E, load all those models in all the cars, drive it around, and then use the control set, which is the live evaluation, to say which of these is performing well and which of these is not performing well. And that's how they validate before they release. That's not training, that's evaluation.
I understand that. That'd be interesting if that's what they're doing. They should be doing that, nationwide. I'm assuming that's what they do.
They probably are doing that nationwide, right?
Yeah, but then why are they sending these engineers to Chuck's intersection?
This is like saying, I saw a tree in California. There must not be trees in any other state because I saw a tree in California. How do you know they're not doing it in other places?
No, you're right. They could be. I just still find it silly that they're sending people specifically to Chuck's intersection. But you're right. It could be benign and just part of their, actual testing protocol.
Evaluation is the word you're looking
Evaluate, exactly. Yeah, not testing. And I would agree with that. That'd be fair. And I got to deal with something.
I mean, every service center basically across the country has ADAS test drivers that are driving around, and they have certain challenging scenarios that they look at. this isn't just happening at Chuck's neighborhood. We know about it because Chuck is there and he's paying attention. Most people probably wouldn't even notice, and he's tweeting about it. So this is kind of like the guy who, gets V12 and he tweets about it, and everybody goes, "Oh my God, I don't have V12 yet," even though 90% of people don't have it. It's kind of, I forgot what the name of it for that kind of bias, but there's a lot of ADAS testing
Confirmation.
happening. Yeah, right, exactly. There's a lot of ADAS testing happening around the world. It's not just this one intersection. Chuck has a very challenging intersection there, so it's a good test case, but it's one of thousands.
The other thing to keep in mind is we used to laugh about how those Waymos would go through the same intersection repeatedly. This is the same thing they were doing. So at the end of the day, you can think of it like both companies approached a race, but they took different routes. The difference is Waymo theoretically got to, some cities with taxi income, but with really expensive cars. And Tesla sold a whole bunch of cars and made a bunch of money with an ADAS system along the route. From a business perspective, I think Tesla's route is better. Now it's just a matter of the routes are starting to merge again, and they're going to have very similar things because, yeah, Tesla's going to have to knock out specific intersections and specific areas as they continue to roll it out. But it could very well be that some regions are perfectly fine. And so maybe they decide to launch robotaxi in specific cities first. But it's also possible they say, you know what, we've got a dashboard, shows us what we need to knock out throughout the country. Let's just go for the whole thing.
Machine, why don't you join my macro spaces?
While Machine's away, did you guys see the tweet from Ilias, who does the FSD beta tracker, that he's had 0 critical disengagements in 139 miles? I'm pretty sure his data doesn't show up in the dashboard until he has his first disengagement, unfortunately. But that's something to keep in mind.
Is he in this space right now? Maybe he can tell us about it.
I
I'll
can't
check, but
search.
that's fine, I got it. But do you think you're gonna win this bet, level 4, if I may?
It'll be a near miss if it's a miss.
He said what? 1,000 miles without any disengagement?
No, 139.
Oh,
Basically, all his miles. He's not had a disengagement since he got the release.
very interesting. I see Telescope in the crowd if he wants to come up and tell us about it. Dale, can you remind me, do you use FSD on a daily basis?
No, I don't have a Tesla.
Yeah. Let's see. Elias, no, he's not here right now, but I can get him. If not today, we can talk about it. That's very interesting.
There
Is
was
that
also
a first time kind of thing?
I think this is probably the first time in a while that he's not had a critical disengagement in this many miles.
Yeah.
I think they felt like there's some version like 11.4.2 or something like that that was better for their particular region, I guess.
Yeah. Ken says in YouTube Live that just in case anyone was wondering, I bought my Tesla position back at $166 the other day, made a little money and added to some of the position. And I think meet Kevin, who shorted Tesla, covered a few days later. Is that correct? Does anyone know? He kind of like covered it with. It almost looked like he took a small short position and just kind of drive engagement to his channel. Honestly,
Maybe he just likes washing sales.
yeah, maybe. But it's good that it's good that he covered it, I guess. Oh, Richard is coming up.
Did you
I
guys
really
talk
like
about
all these the old speakers. who haven't been active in the last few minutes, like Dale or Richard coming back. Richard, go ahead.
Hey guys, yeah, I just had a comment on machines for why they would be sending them to Jacksonville. I think one thing that wasn't also mentioned is that Chuck's turn is a very dangerous turn. Like to get something wrong, you have an infinite number of variations in that data when cars are coming different ways. Someone's in the middle turn lane making a U-turn. There's all these sort of edge cases within that one specific area, and so Tesla obviously they have the most data there, but it's very important to get it right because that could cause a fatality. Obviously, you pull out and get hit on the driver door. And then, of course, what I think Meta spoke to is that obviously, if you have the most data, it's the easiest to compare one version to the other, maybe different software set, little different versions, and compare and see the results of one to the other, since you have so much data to compare to, and got to test it thoroughly. And it's got all the elements that you look for in an unprotected left. Cross traffic, lots of cars, complex. It just seems like a great place to really hammer it out.
Meta.
Yeah,
I
it's
was
an extreme example.
I was going to ask if you guys had spoken about the U.S. lawsuit against Apple.
Yeah, Omar made a few comments, but you're welcome to comment on it.
I think it's really good that Tesla's opening up their supercharging network, that they've opened up a lot of their patents, and they've already taken a lot of defensive. I know this is not why they did it, but like I think down the line, people are going to look at Tesla and be like, Tesla has a monopoly, and it's going to be hard to claim that they were anti-competitive when they were giving everything away, and everyone's just being boneheaded. Like we've seen this with Microsoft in the past as well. So eventually, I think monopoly laws kick in.
Yeah, antitrust. I mean, when do you think it's going to happen for Tesla?
Probably around the
It's so
time.
far, it's so far away. It's so
Well,
far away. Like,
by
just
the
keep in
time,
mind that Apple makes about $100 billion of profit per year. Okay. And Tesla today is only a few $1 billion of free cash flow, if that. And that's with the CEO not getting paid.
I agree. I think this happens by the time they get like, past 20 million cars per year, which is the goal, right? Because that'd be 20% of the market at that point, and the market could shrink with robotaxi. So I imagine the unbox process is how they kind of also keep that from being an issue, because then they could just be the manufacturer for people.
What's the latest on Elon's comp, by the way? That kind of flared up the discussion and then died out.
It's probably gonna be another 6 years before it goes to court, right? For appeal.
No way. They're not
How
going to
long?
wait 6 years. It could even
How
let
long
the
does the
comp
appeal
pass.
take?
I have no idea. This is not my area of expertise. I know what's his face? Ken, if he's in the space, he's welcome to come up and tell us about it. But it's not going to be 6 years before Elon gets another comp package, right, Omar?
Hopefully not. I mean, we'll see. It's a little bit of an opaque process.
My concern is, my guess is rather, that while there's this, we don't know if the other comp package is going to get approved or not. You can't assume it's not going to be approved and then give Elon a comp package to address that. Or maybe they say, we're agreeing that you're not going to get that other comp package and we're going to do this other thing. I don't know. There could be a way around it, but my guess is they have to kind of figure out what they're doing with the first comp package, or they can only do a forward-looking one, and that would suck for him not getting compensated on the past. You'd think he'd want one in place before FSD, though, right?
I mean, I think they'll figure it out, but it's kind of something that has to be figured out by lawyers. Like the simplest way to solve this, and there are multiple ways to solve this, the simplest way to solve this is dependent on a lot of pedantic legal details that probably nobody in the room really understands all that well. Maybe there's a few lawyers in here, but
We
I'm
have
sure
one
they'll
of them on the
figure out
board right
something.
now. Ken has background in the space, and he's been following the topic pretty closely. Ken, what do you think?
For the appeal process, you're probably looking at another 2.5 years. We have to wait until the judge decides the attorney fees and enters the order in this first case before you can start the appeal process. And from that point forward, probably 2 years, I would say. Now, here's a related thing that Yaman asked me what I thought was something that nobody realized coming out of this case. It's going to be kind of a surprise. Here's that surprise, Yaman. Here's my answer. He's going to appeal, but the interest keeps running on those attorney's fees. And if they're awarded what they're asking for, it's about $1.6 million a day, or roughly $370 million a year. So by the time this whole thing gets around, actually more than that, $560 million a year. So by the time the thing gets wrapped up, it could be an additional $1 billion that Tesla's got to pay over to the attorneys.
That's wild. Thank you. Richard?
Yeah, Ken. What do you think the likelihood though is of that? Because that, if you look at historical largest payouts of attorney fees in history, I think Enron happened to be one of them. They're nowhere close to what they're going after. What would you think would give this case such a large payout compared to other more egregious cases? Like my friend who's attorney seemed to think that it would be that they're not going to get anywhere near it.
I would agree with it. I think it is excessive, and they shouldn't get that, but they asked for it. Now it's up to the judge to apply Delaware law to knock it down, and then she's got to explain why she's deviated from the formula that Delaware uses. Can she do it? Yeah, I think she can, because she's been on record in other legal publications saying she's against attorney overcompensation. But within the law, they are squarely within the law for asking for that amount.
Yeah. Okay. Meta, what else is on your mind?
Not much.
Not much? Okay. If Machine was here, he would jump on that comments. By the way, 87% people voted that Machine should not be kicked off the speaker board, and I think that this poll is rigged. So I ended the poll.
Machine had to leave so he could click furiously into different accounts and vote in the poll.
Exactly. That makes sense. That explains a lot of things. Cinderay, I really like when YouTube live chat is active. And Cinderay is asking, when's the last time any insider executive bought Tesla shares? I don't think that we've seen many open purchase of Tesla stock over the years, in the last 2 decades, actually, or 15 years. Justin says, once you pledge allegiance to Popeyes, people will have your back in these polls. Drew is predicting that Apple will fall to $150 per share because of this lawsuit. That would be a massive drop. I mean, it's at $171. You're looking at, more than 10% drop. So he's saying $300 billion plus on top of today's 4%. I don't see it. I don't know. Omar, do you have Apple shares?
Yeah, I do.
Between NVIDIA, Apple, and Tesla, is that half of your portfolio?
Let's see. Tesla is about 30%. Apple's about 21%. And Nvidia is about 25%.
Wow. So that's more like just most of your portfolio, the three stocks: Apple, Tesla, and Nvidia.
Yeah, I guess so. Well, of the ones I pick.
Right. Meta, Nvidia stock is up 1% today at $914 per share. It's up 120% in the last 6 months. It's really most of it's coming from the last 3 months, just year-to-date period. It's up 90%.
They had
Um,
some good news recently with both AWS and Google Cloud announcing they're going to buy chips from them. So I think as long as cloud providers continue to buy NVIDIA chips, NVIDIA will be okay. I am personally confused.
Richard?
Yeah, I was curious to get Omar and Meta's take on the FSD not seeming to rely on the map data. I know at Meta we were in that text that thread where it shows because I've experienced a situation where the map data is wrong and it's expecting you to go up, turn right, farther down the road to enter a parking lot, and it's just incorrect. And version 11 would always follow that route and miss the correct entrance. And now every time on 12.3, it actually deviates from the map and drives in much quicker. And I would say even I've had other cases for better and for worse. Probably the only disengagement I've even had on 12.3 is where it tried to turn onto a street well before the actual turn that the map data shows farther up ahead. So it just seems like there's something more going on, that they're kind of perceiving the situation and making a judgment on where you want to go than just relying on the map data. Have you guys experienced that?
Well,
I
the
would,
objective is now just to get to the pin. So sometimes it can do kind of strange things to get to the pin. Not always good things, but it's kind of the right objective function, right? Just drop a pin anywhere on the map, give me a coordinate, and I'll figure out how to get there. If the street map helps me get there, that's great, but if vision disagrees with the street map, what am I going to go with? I'm going to go with vision, ideally, if vision's good enough.
yeah, think of when you're training these things, you're training with policies and you're letting anything that's valid be okay. So I think a lot of people try to think of it like AI gives you the answer. It instead gives you a set of possible answers. And so some of the routes will be good, some of the routes will be bad. And sometimes when we're looking at this kind of stuff, we're really forgetting the law of large numbers here. It's like going to a roulette wheel and seeing it come up evens a couple of times and saying it always comes up even. That's not really the right way to reason about this. So let's say that one entrance, like you try a whole bunch of different tests. Let's say that one particular entrance fails 1% of the time, and it just so happened to be the first time he drove by it. Every time after seems like it's working. We can't conclude that it's learning locally, right? That's, I think, the wrong conclusion. It's very unlikely, in my opinion, that's what they're doing right now. They would have probably talked about it, and we probably would have seen it leak with Green or someone else seeing the federated data coming down.
Well,
Yeah, I saw someone post a video and it was like they did some intersection and went the wrong way, and then they did the intersection again and it worked. They're like, "Oh my god, it figured it out." And it's like, yeah, I don't know. It's probably just kind of random. So it's kind of funny, but don't get a little too excited. There's always sort of a probability of success or failure with anything.
Just a quick reminder, we've not passed the 1 hour mark, and this space is only possible because of the patrons. The dozens of patrons that contribute to the space. We get thousands of people who join every day, more than 10,000 people join every month. If you like the space and want it to continue beyond an hour, please contribute on Patreon through the link at the top of your screens. Any other thoughts on the topic at hand?
Yeah, just to clarify though, yeah, that result I was talking about on previous versions of SSD, it was always failing to choose right due to the map data 100% of the time. This was like a constant, and now I've have probably like it went from 0% success rate to 100% on 6 or 8 tries. So it's definitely not just and I do respect your point on uh, the large numbers and sorry, silencing thing.
Okay, machine.
I see your attempts to throw me off the space have failed. Do you have anything to say for yourself?
I'm surprised how much support you have. That's 90% in the poll among the 10 votes.
That's because Machine had to leave and sign into his 9 YouTube accounts to vote.
Is that true, Machine?
That's not true. This is more slander that you would expect to come from a rude Canadian.
Hey, I have a question for you guys. Sorry. Okay, Omar.
We have breaking news. Tesla has unveiled their brand new Cyberhammer product for 30,000 credits. You can only get it from the referral program. So if you have more than 30,000 credits, go grab a Cyberhammer while you can.
Wait, is this a really shitty hammer because it can't even break a window?
No, it's a Cyberhammer. Top notch shit, Tesla.
Did you guys see the video? I forget who did it.
Hey, Meta, are you in town? You, me, and Machine should go for a V12 ride.
I could do one today. Yeah.
Machine, you free?
No, no, I can't do it today. I can do Saturday.
I can only do it in the next 2 hours before my kids come back screaming. My nanny is done. This week? It's such a shit show. Yeah, maybe this weekend or in the next 2 hours.
What do you want to do, Omar? Do you want me to move things around and do it in the next 2 hours, or do you want to do this weekend?
Yeah, sure. Let's do it. Fuck it.
All right, fuck it. I'll move some things around. I'll make it happen.
I was going to say, I think that CEO lady who drowned in her car really needed the Cyberhammer. That would have been useful. Too soon?
Too unfunny.
I apologize.
All right, we're gonna go for a ride. In what time do you want to meet, Omar?
Right now. I mean, do you have your pants on or what?
Yeah, I do. I just need to move a couple things, and then we can meet. Give me a moment.
All right, just tell me where to pick you up.
All right, I will message you directly.
All right. Quick shout out to Brent Batesman, who just became a member on Patreon. Thank you, Brent. Well, are you guys going to be in the space while we do it?
Yeah, potentially.
All right, maybe we can just go in then if you keep going. Or if you want to do it live on your channel, you can do that too. But I know there's some concerns around privacy, so maybe not. Maybe we could just keep it in space.
Yeah, we'll see
Machine,
if we can even make it work.
Machine, why don't you join my macro spaces?
I think usually they're at some off-hour time that I can't do.
Yeah, I usually do them in the evening. That I guess that. Yeah.
Plus, they have like 5 people, and I've noticed now. I see you. Yeah, you're going on to other people's spaces to probably try to garner support for your own account.
No,
So,
no,
job.
that's not why. That's not why. Yeah, there's a couple of spaces that have various opinions and people with macro background that are kind of going through that account. But and they even let me ask questions and stuff, which is great. Dale finds that funny. Why do you find that funny, Dale?
I find it funny that you guys are all like old married couples constantly taking jabs at each other. It's great.
I'm definitely sick of him. like an old married couple would be sick of the other person.
Hey, machine, your mom would not like you talking to Yaman that way.
That was really good. That was really good. Let's see. What else? Oh, what do you guys think about Reddit? Actually, before that, I want to ask you Meta and Machine, because I asked Omar before. I recently watched an interview of Gavin Baker and um, gosh, why can't I remember these names?
Antonio?
Yeah, Antonio Grass. That's right. And Gavin said, in order to have the error rate of a inference system, you have to 10x the training compute. Which means if you believe that we're at 90%, like first 9, and I wonder if Wes would like to come up with this too. If we're at the first 9, to get to 6 nines for FSD, you have to go a million times on training compute. Is that correct?
That is not correct.
Why not?
This is coming from folks who have not, or I don't want to say have not, but that's a statement that would be true before semi-supervised learning. In semi-supervised learning, you start with the previous model and you continue to refine it. So it's not like they're sending new updates. It's kind of like a character is progressing through a video game and it's different checkpoints along the way. So at any point, they can cut a release and ship another release, and it's slightly better and slightly better and slightly better. So the question is here just how much compute is necessary under the curve. And I think what they're doing with the calculation is assuming you need all that compute in one release.
I mean, his expertise, he comes to Tesla from the manufacturing side. He's not a software or deep learning expert. So,
Well, the person who said it, Gavin was talking about it, and he was more of a general rule of thumb. Like he wasn't specifically talking about FSD. He was basically talking about the need for compute is going to increase quite a bit. And this is the example that he kind of like back of the envelope, rough example he gave. But I thought it was really interesting. Also, quick shout out to James, who just joined as a supporter of the space, and Brent Bateman, who joined the Tesla. So we have 2 members who joined today, so we can keep it going. Omar?
that's it.
All right, Machine, do you have any comments on the topic?
No, I trust Meta. I feel kind of sick saying that I trust Meta's take on it.
Meta,
It's an
can you say that again?
oversimplification.
Yeah,
But generally, you
I
do
didn't
need
hear
compute.
machine. Your audio was cutting out.
I feel sick thinking of Meta.
That's because when you eat Popeyes?
Yeah, I was gonna say, Omar, are you sure you want to give machine a ride today? He feels sick.
I did not have Popeyes today, so I don't think there's anything explosive going on.
That's what your mom said last night. Oh,
Now wait a second. I made a mom joke about your mom yesterday, and no one laughed. And then you turn the tables, and every single person's icon turns into a laughing face. This is unjust, unfair.
That actually makes me realize I should. Anyway, I'll figure it out. All right. Any comments on Reddit IPA? How about the Reddit IPA? It's up about 30-40%, I think. Came in above, started trading above the indicated range. Let's start with Omar. Omar, what do you think about the Reddit IPA? Would you invest in it?
well, I actually had a limit order in up to $40 to buy, and it didn't fill. So I probably should have put my order in a little bigger, or maybe go to like Goldman or Chase or something and try and get them to place us in there. But I didn't really care about it that much. I mean, I'm not really that sure about the future of Reddit's business. I haven't taken a deep look into the financials, but the valuation didn't seem over the top, and it could be quite a valuable sort of AI training data source. So I think that's kind of one of the opportunities to surprise on earnings beyond what they're just showing in the P&L today. And I think that's probably why you saw the IPO pop. But, it's quite common to see these flashy IPOs and they pop 40% and, you know, 3 weeks later or, a few months later, they're below the offering price. So we'll have to see, but great debut for Reddit and definitely shows that the IPO market is healthy here, which is a good sign.
I just need to fully disclose. I did apparently buy one share. I put all of $34 into Reddit. I didn't realize that it actually went through. But the reason why I looked at it at all was because of what Omar just said. The fact that X is owned and that OpenAI built their entire model based on their paper using Reddit data suggests how powerful their data actually is. So I think any well curated data source could be useful or could be perceived to be useful. But going back to my original point, I think the foundation models already kind of exist. There's tons of open source foundation models now with like Llama and stuff out there. I don't see why you would use, if you needed data that was from the time those models existed or before, I don't know why you would get the raw data rather than just use those models to start.
Any other comments?
What do we think is going to be Machine's reaction or new excuse after he's experienced V12?
Are you guys doing it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Can I come?
Sure. Can you get over here from Texas?
Yeah. I'll be there in 10 minutes?
I didn't realize
Yeah.
they built the Hyperloop.
I'm going to go pick Meta up and then we'll go to Machine's place.
Telepathy means I can be there in 10 minutes, right? No.
I get where you're going now. Sorry, that didn't connect. I think you meant teleportation, not telepathy.
Mm-hmm. Well, I guess there's Blindsight coming next, right? And then maybe teleportation is after that.
Well, if they figure out Blindsight, you guys realize that Apple Vision Pro is going to be terrible because you could just get a chip and now you have the whole world in your brain.
Interesting.
Imagine the pixel density. It can be better than your eyes' retina capability.
Tell us more.
I don't know what more there is to say. We're already talking sci-fi here. I'm just saying, if they can solve Blindsight, where it's not like my suspicion is when they solve Blindsight, it's going to be very like blurry or something along those lines. Maybe it's like kind of bat signally. I have no idea how they're actually going to do that, but effectively, they're going to take photons that are coming in and then replicate the way the iris was emitting those into the brain, which means they would have to have individual wires going to individual neurons. I haven't looked at the stats, but like my understanding is that Neuralink currently only works in clouds, like in cloud clusters. And now they're talking about for the next version going into write signals, not read signals, and in very precise locations. So that's a very ambitious project. I would say if they can achieve Blindsight, that is probably the rest of everything you see in sci-fi for Neuralink is achievable. So like that is the FSD robotaxi equivalent.
No hands mode. No hands mode.
Yeah, Meta. Like, did you watch the earlier presentation when they were doing the site with the chimp, and they were definitely writing the signals to make a flash of light in a corner. They would look at to identify if the chimpanzee actually saw the flash of light. They would reward it with a banana smoothie by having the chimpanzee look at the flash of light to get that reward. And then they simulated a flash of light in a particular corner after reading the signal. Now they're sending it back, and the chimpanzee would look, even though there was no flash of light on the screen, that the chimpanzee would actually look at that corner. So it obviously saw something. Again, like a real low resolution, but they definitely did send that out there.
Yeah, so the problem is that was low resolution and it was record replay, which is very different from emitting brand new. And you could argue theoretically they could put a synthetic eye in and then do record replay. That's probably what they're trying to do. But I don't know. Apple pulled it off, right? So the R1 does exist. It's definitely doable. It's just the right being as granular as it would need to be for us to call it sight in a human, I think is quite different. For somebody who's never seen before, it might be phenomenal. For somebody who's seen before, they probably know the difference. Right? Like you can imagine if at the very least you gave the ability to like see between walls and hallways, and that could be a big life improvement in and of itself. I just think currently people are expecting like Apple Vision Pro inside your brain, but that's not going to be V1.
You guys hear me?
Jonathan, go ahead.
Sorry, having connection problems.
You can also submit your question in reply. Tesla Scope, welcome. How are you? Tesla Scope, are you there? All right. Let's see if Jonathan can speak this time. Jonathan, go ahead. Jonathan, go ahead.
Okay, now can you guys hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so with regards to what Neuralink is doing with Blind Sight, I'm sure you guys probably saw Elon's tweet saying that it was already successful, partially successful in monkeys. And I saw the question brought up, as well as some comments made about the possibility of using Optimus arms to be controlled through Neuralink for paraplegics or people with limb loss. What are your thoughts on that and the actual possibility of that happening? Basically, cyborgs, if you think about it.
Meta.
I think that's one of the easier ones, right? Because if you can just take the signals that were leaving the brain, if you can detect the cluster of signals going out of the brain to the spinal cord and then replay them after a break, you could basically fix a spinal cord injury. If you just take that output and you send it to a machine and the machine basically knows how to do the same thing, you could theoretically do that as well. Obviously, the mechanics of the machine would be very different, so you'd have to build a really crazy model that does the adapter. But technically, I see no reason why it can't be done. I think the real technical challenge that I don't understand, I don't know if machine has expertise here, but is can you actually read and write to individual neurons, or are you only able to affect clusters? Because if you can only affect clusters, it means when you send a signal, you don't just affect one neuron, you affect all the neurons in the region. So what are the odds that neurons that are near each other are related? Probably high, because when the neurons fire today, electrical signals affect each other, but it's unclear if you could have unintended side effects. Obviously, that's what they're researching and studying. I think it's a reasonable assumption. It's just like 2 orders of degrees removed from my expertise.
Kind of like with vision, the interface, past the retina. My understanding, it's the ganglion cells. They're kind of a neuron, but kind of not a neuron. So, like, could you ever interface something there, or is it done just by, you know, what they're doing already with the system?
My biology understanding is too weak to answer this question. I don't feel comfortable. I could go read up on it more and then talk about it, but I don't have a expertise here.
Any other questions? Please request to speak.
Yeah, the synthetic arm replacement seems like a pretty doable one because you just sort of have these arms that you're mass producing anyway. So you just have to hook it up to a person somehow. You know, obviously you're not integrating into their flesh, you're just kind of attaching it on, and it would have to have some battery or something. And then you just have the brain, you know, you train it, you say, okay, I want you to move your arm or imagine yourself moving your arm. Then you sort of map those brain signals to the sort of Optimus arm, and it's easy to see how it could work. If they could get this to work, I think they can get that to work once they are mass producing those Optimus arms.
A really
That-
silly way to do it would be you grab the signals coming out of the brain that are going down to the arm up to the point where the arm exists, where the nerve cells are still healthy, and then you put one of these chips inside the body there, and you collect all the signals from there, and you just transmit it to the mechanical arm nearby. If you do it that way, then for sure the person can just think about moving their arm the way they think about moving their arm, and now all you have to do is get the machinery to do what they're expecting. So that's just general back prop, right? So somebody says, I'm moving my arm. Oh, it moved too much compared to where I thought it was going to go, or whatever. And so then the person can give it feedback, and slowly a number of people doing this gets it to the point where it anticipates exactly what people want. And ironically, we'll learn how similar human brains actually are and how different they are, because that's still like one of those, you know, unknowns of like how much adaptation there is between each organism.
I would think there'd be very little difference at the level of an arm, you know, like, because like then eventually it's that action potential that's going down the neurons to and a muscle is a very simple actuator. You know, I would think at that level, and that's why I totally agree with what you're saying, because there's less noise when you're in the brain itself. You have a very noisy environment, lots of things going on, and when you get it down to the neurons that are the nerves that are going down to your arm, you have a far less busy signal, right? Like you don't have, and if it's an amputated arm, you're not going to even have the signals going the other way from the touch and sensation. So it should be wouldn't it be the cleanest, least noisy signal?
No, I could be wrong. Again, this is my assumption coming at it from like a math perspective. Okay, so could be completely different in biology. But if our brain is like we understand computer AI to be today, the more likely scenario is that there would be a wide variety, because let's say there's multiple, like you want to say a sentence which is move my arm up. You could have one human's brain using the sentence move my arm up, another human's brain using upwards move arm, and they might be completely different, and they've just made up a different language and it's working fine. And the reason why it would be so different is because the way models learn is by determining what not to do, and then the realm of everything that's possible, all of it is acceptable. And it could be these small differences that lead to, like, some athletes having better motor control than others because their language is more precise, and not just muscle strength. And we see this, right? Like some people have better fine motor control, and it's not necessarily a physical difference or strength difference. It's a mind muscle connection, which is basically a way of saying neurons.
I slightly disagree there, though, on when you, because I feel like at the nerve at the arm, that is a output more like the actions that you talked about were in the process of how to make that signal. But I think the end result is a much cleaner signal that's to actuate the cells to take this contraction of the muscle. And I feel like that's like in the driving, that's like turn the steering wheel left. And that's like all the work that goes in the AI to determine if it should turn the left and how much and how hard, where but that's the out, you're tapping it right off the output is what I would think.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. Sorry, I take that back. If you do it at the output, 100% correct. So like one of those things, theoretically, they could tap into your spinal cord right by your brain, and all of the output to your body would be available in theory. Or they could just tap in at the actual location, which I think would be safer, and just tap into those outputs, and that would be cleaner. You're 100% right. It'd be like tapping into the electric signals going from the steering wheel to the steer-by-wire system. I forget what it's called, the motor, sorry. From the steering wheel or the controller to the motor, and tapping into that and then trying to replicate that versus trying to tap into the neural network itself. Yeah, but I think there would be a lot of challenges because the human brain, I mean, I think we already know this, right? Like when you do brain scans, it's not one-to-one. Like if you show somebody a monkey and you show someone else a monkey, different parts of the brains light up.
Oh yeah, 100%. And that's where it's that really complex scenario. And that's to your point that vision would be so much harder. Now, if it's just like if you talked about maybe just the optic nerve that's damaged, you were just splicing over a nerve, that would just be like the kind of like the spine. If somebody had an eye injury, I think you could, at the front level, get signals going down maybe the optic nerve. That seems more doable. But yeah, once you put this really complex system all together in a brain, there's so much things going on, and especially if you're only interacting with little groups of neurons, and there's so many interactions. So yeah, making an arm move seems by far the easier solution.
Thomas.
Sorry for changing topics, but has anyone experienced the new parking feature?
It's only currently available for employees. It's been out for a couple weeks now, but I wouldn't expect it to be available to customers, at least not yet. I would say at least another week to at least another 2-3 weeks.
Okay, thanks.
And it'll go to non-FSD first, I assume, right?
Yeah, it's currently just on the production branch, but that does have a FSD build on it. So just keep that in mind. But with the notion that it's still just to employees, I wouldn't expect anything too notable for now. I'm sorry that I couldn't jump in earlier. I had a couple comments to some different topics that have been discussed over the last hour, if that's okay for me to
Go ahead.
jump into. So the first
Yep.
notion is that, well, there isn't any local testing being done, or at least the model on the vehicle isn't able to learn as it drives and to adjust from there. What Tesla can do and has been doing for about 6 months now, which you should be able to find a good handful of posts from Greenly Only when this was first implemented. But there's essentially, Tesla has their own feature now that a lot of navigation information is now shared in real time to other vehicles. When a vehicle detects something that is notable, notably potholes, if there's construction, if there's a road closure, the vehicle is actually able to immediately make surrounding vehicles aware of this, and it retains that information for about a week, obviously overriding it if anything changes. But that has been used since around August of last year. So in some ways, when a maneuver does change a little bit, it is able to, in a way, learn. It's not actually adjusting. It's not actually keeping anything permanent in the model. It's not really changing the behaviorisms of the actual driving experience itself. but it is able to use that additional context to make kind of better decisions for the following time it drives on that same stretch of road, or that intersection, or that turning off from a main road. And we've seen that a couple times, both with full self-driving as well as just navigation in general. But that's kind of one of the reasons why you might see a slight difference, but it isn't anything to do with the neural networks or otherwise the end-to-end model.
And it kind of does have to do with the neural networks, right? Because it's part of the input. It's like changing the prompt to ChatGPT and prompt engineering differently. That has an effect. The thing you're referring to, is that just the Tesla map data that's coming down? Just to be clear, because we don't necessarily know how that data is being collected, or do we have evidence that the data leaving the vehicle going to the server includes this information?
Yes, the information coming from the vehicle to the servers do include that information. It's a two-way street.
Is it going from the vehicle to the server in video form, or is it going from the vehicle to the server in metadata form?
100% metadata. There's no
Oh, wow.
no video being transported, just metadata to be able to kind of update the actual navigation and decision making for routing in real time. I think the quickest that I've seen it updated to another vehicle was about 45 seconds later, and that was a vehicle within the same 10-mile radius.
So that would mean that they have detectors running on the vehicle to detect things like cones or certain situations, because you have to convert the video into the metadata. And if that's happening on the vehicle, then they're spending some part of the trip compute to do that instead of running FSD.
Correct. And what's even more impressive, which is really cool, is if you pass the object that is detected, it will actually attempt to put a GPS pinpoint with that metadata when it's uploaded to the server to be able to give more insight and better clarity, because they aren't using the actual vehicle, the actual video data to share that with other vehicles.
Fair, but that would make sense if they're doing that for training of the distance calculations as well, right? So we don't know if that's for passing other cars or for training.
It's being used for both. The actual map utilization and the routing is a lot simpler, but it is essentially the same concept, just with a slightly more deeper telemetry data.
Got it. Yeah, okay, I can see that. So the telemetry data that from the maps is saying this road is closed. A vehicle actually drives down that road and makes it to its destination. They report that up to say that map data is probably wrong.
Correct. So I actually experienced this about 2 months ago, where going from kind of San Pedro area to Long Beach, along the bridge, there's a road that has severe potholes, enough that it can typically cause vehicle damage. And I'd actually had a situation where I had turned away because I tried to avoid that road, but I saw another Tesla driving through it, appeared to be on autopilot, but for our purposes, doesn't really matter. And they hit that pothole very hard, pretty much immediately braked from the surprise of it, and then continued. My car was originally trying to route down that road because it typically will save a little bit of time if the bridge itself is kind of compacted. And I realized that within about 15 minutes later, I had picked up a package and was heading back the similar direction. It completely avoided that route, and it would have fallen within that that about a 45-second to a minute delay before that information is sent to other vehicles.
Yeah, that would make sense, right? Again, that could be from accelerometers. So that'd be, again, CPU based. So I think it would make sense logically to me if they were running the triggers on CPU only, not using the trip compute, because you could collect all this information, including the map thing I said earlier, via CPU. And so they freed up a bunch of CPU. They could be using that asynchronously alongside FSD. That would make a lot of sense, actually.
And
So-
then
Any questions, comments? Please request to speak. Any questions, comments for any of the speaker board members? Please request to speak. Meta?
I was going to summarize, Yaman. I think basically,
Yeah,
I'll
thank
take back. Thanks, Telescope, as well. I'll take back the idea that it is impossible for the vehicle to learn dynamically. It's possible that the map data is being updated dynamically, completely likely even, but it's not the model itself is learning. So it's not learning new maneuvers and stuff. It's just those specific locations. It could be getting better, which for all intents and purposes is all people really care about.
That's big. Thank you. James, go ahead.
I have a question. Since we're on using the neural network now for FSD, should we still be
James,
reporting?
by the way, thank you very much for signing up for Patreon. If you'd like to join James and Brent, you can do so at the top of our screens on Patreon. James, go ahead.
I was just curious if we should still be reporting, disengaging and reporting issues that we're running into, or should we allow the neural network to continue to learn on its own? If that makes sense.
You should definitely, if you want to help the system, I would say you should definitely not let it do the wrong thing. It's not going to, it's like teaching a kid by letting the kid do the wrong thing and not correcting them. You're not really teaching them anything. When it goes to do the wrong thing, you most certainly should take over and prevent it from doing so. And whether you do that through a report or just a disengagement depends on the scenario. An example, if it goes over a speed bump too fast, disengaging may be useful, and then re-engaging, because that'll kind of timestamp it. You could also hit the report. I think the reports probably make more sense for the engineers when it's unclear why you disengaged. But if it's like a speed bump example, they probably have accelerometers and all those things. And so they would probably notice why you disengaged when they watch the video. But let's say that there's the same issue and you've disengaged there a number of times. You might actually have to actually report the issue. I would personally say, don't expect that to be a quick turnaround, right? Like unless your issue gets clustered into a group of the top issues, they're probably not going to go tackling those first. I would imagine you go after the biggest clusters first, and you hope a bunch of other emergent features fix stuff before you even have to get to it.
All right, thanks. And the reason I was asking is because I consistently ran into an issue yesterday where I'd be in the right lane before entering a roundabout. And every single time, I think I tested it 4 times, it would go to the right into the left lane when entering. But I never reported it because I was too afraid to disengage because I didn't want to get distracted and cause an accident.
Oh, you can just hit the button then instead of disengaging.
Okay, thanks.
Tesla Scope, do you agree with my summary or?
Yeah, no, I completely agree with that. Was the auto park feature discussed earlier? I assume so.
We can discuss again. Do you have a question?
I just kind of want to add a little more context. I just want to make sure that was clarified since I know I came in a little late. So this feature,
Yeah, tell us
even though
about
it's being reported, today, it's actually been available for weeks now. It started being available in the 0.7 update that came out, I think, about like 2.5 weeks ago, even possibly 3 weeks ago. And then it's available in 0.9 as well as 0.11. It's only available to employees. And what they've been doing is they've been rolling it out. It requires a configuration change right now until it's available for everyone. So they've been rolling it out slowly to more vehicles. But from what I've heard, it's been performing very well. Even someone who owns a vision-only vehicle and a vehicle with the ultrasonic sensors, they said it's performed better on more trial runs than it has with the current version for the ultrasonic vehicles. And just general feedback is pretty good. This has been something that's been tested for a long time. But just to make sure to clarify, this is not something that's out yet. I don't expect it to be out even anytime soon. It's still going to say at least take a week, possibly a week and a half to 2 weeks or more before we'll see it in customers' hands. And Tesla is also doing limited testing with the same model for USS equipped vehicles as well, so that they'll eventually have the same model and share the same functionality, so the experience will be more similar.
Well, I mean, I would say 2 weeks is pretty soon, don't you think? Like when you say soon, do you mean like next hour?
No. It still needs more testing. There's still some issues with it. That's why they've been very gradual about rolling it out. It seems like it just went out enough that it resulted in some more employees leaking it.
But you're saying that it might be rolling out to public in a couple of weeks?
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Yeah. It's
That's
approaching
very
its
soon.
time to
That's great.
Yeah.
I
No,
think for
this
releases, Yaman, people think next weekend is soon, kind of thing.
I guess so.
yeah.
Richard?
Yeah, Meta, you mentioned that like you should report every little thing. So I was that's really interesting to me. I didn't. I probably have been letting it misbehave on tiny things that no. For example, if there's no one behind me, and let's say it's a little bit indecisive on lane, started one and then chose the other. I kind of figured that there'd be a level of self-reporting on, like, if it tries to get in the wrong lane and then corrects itself. Wouldn't there be like a self? Wouldn't it know that it made a mistake because it corrected itself anyways, and not need the disengagement?
That's correct. Yeah, 100%. I'm not, just to clarify, I'm not saying you have to report every single time. Obviously, it wouldn't be learning on its own. The vehicle has sensors. They can collect the data. However, let's say for some reason they set the vertical jerk to some number, like, 6 is considered really, really bad. So let's say it's 0.6 or something like that. And then you experienced 0.5, so it didn't go over their threshold. If enough people started reporting it, they might observe, oh, maybe we should adjust that threshold. Whatever their trigger is, like they could be just outside where it needs to be. So kind of going back to like that carving the marble idea, you're trying to like carve the statue out without breaking the statue itself. And the efficient ways are like to knock off large chunks, and then you have to get granular with smaller tools. So you're trying to find this balance of like, how much can I knock off in large chunks and then switch to the smaller tools that are going to take you longer to get it done. So if you report more data, then it makes it easier for them to know, okay, this is the stuff not to do and this is stuff to do. More data always helps in those situations. I don't know if I'm making it clear.
Hey, Matt, I'm 3 minutes away from your house. Get ready. We're going over to machines.
All right, sounds good. I'll see you downstairs.
All right, come downstairs in 2 minutes.
I posted, so we're going to have a live 12.3 ride with Omar, Meta, and Machine. Share the space. So we'll get the live feedback from somebody who's been, testing the software for now 4 years. Somebody who's been super optimistic, and then somebody who's been extremely pessimistic. So we got the whole gamut. While Meta puts on his pants, any questions, comments? Please request to speak. And do you have any thoughts on Apple getting sued by DOJ? Can you guys hear me? Is everyone putting on their pants for this ride?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Just the people who are going on the ride need to put on their pants. Everybody else can stay in their underwear or whatever you're in. In the meantime, if you'd like to support the space, and if you like more quality content, you can do so on Patreon through the link at the top of your screens. Lance said, Omar, please make Machine put out his Popeye on your ride. And Drew asks, who wears underwear? Justin says, a Michelangelo quote, the sculpture is already complete within the marble block before I start my work. It is already there. I just have to chisel away with superfluous material. Chan says, it's San Francisco. Pants are optional. Chansu, go ahead.
Hey, quick question for Tesla Scope. Hey,
go ahead.
Yeah, do you guys see any info on smart shift coming to all fleet?
So there's nothing technically preventing that. There were some updates in January to start to work on implementing this, getting this to more vehicles. There's been any updates since then that I've been made aware of. But I expect that in the next month or two, alongside the other advancements, including like the version 12 updates, actual smart summon, as well as everything else, we should see a lot of changes happening next month. So I just say keep your eyes out on anything that's emerging from all the typical Tesla news accounts.
Thank you.
Telescope, do you think, when is the estimate of first row taxi ride?
For the first robotaxi ride?
Right.
I would honestly say probably 2026, and I know that's very optimistic, but we're already seeing a lot of the drives go from A to B with practically no disengagements. We're seeing very little safety critical errors. We're seeing it handle a majority of cases with no problems. And just a couple refinements from here, we're only going to see that continue to improve. The feedback overall for this version 12 build has been significantly more positive than any build of full self-driving prior to today. So I think we're only getting closer, and I think that it is incredibly possible, seeing how much progress that they've made in just the last year, to be able to release this to everyone, actually have it in customers' hands. I think 2 years out is something completely possible now. And while we've obviously had a lot of missed years in the past based on Elon or other individuals' kind of timelines, I think we're finally kind of in the final run for this.
Thank you.
I would definitely be willing to bet on that year though. 100% would stand behind.
Omar dropped off the speaker board, and Meta dropped off, and Machine dropped off. So there's something in Omar's car. When people enter the car, they seem to drop off. What's going on here?
To Telescope's point, I have still yet to have a safety critical disengagement since version 12, and I'm driving it around every day. I've had, a couple that were going to go in the wrong lane, going to go take me somewhere I didn't want to go, but no safety critical at all. None, and driving around for, I don't know, what has it been, like 2-3 weeks?
So you're saying you could be sitting in the back and it will make a difference?
Yeah, absolutely. Because I would have taken a less efficient route, and then one time it would have maybe held up. It would have held up some traffic a little bit where it could have went forward. It was making an unnecessary lane change when you could have done it further up. So it's kind of holding up traffic. So I disengaged, but definitely that's not safety critical. It had its blinker on. It's just trying to get over before necessary.
Thank you, Lance, for joining Patreon. We have 3 people who joined today, which is awesome, which is great. The link is at the top of your screens. Richard, do you recommend people buy or subscribe to FSD? And then Telescope, question for Telescope after that. Do you see a take rate increase this year?
Since version 12, on the answer to both of those, I would say undoubtedly, I think you should buy it now. That with this progress, I thought it was worth the money before, even though I could see why a lot of people didn't. I just thought it was a cool feature, but now it's the difference is when I've had friends ride in it, took other people. It's night and day. It just works now. It works all the time, and you feel so much more comfortable. You don't think that you're not worried about looking bad to the outside people. It just drives like a human, and so I'm very very optimistic about where it is. I mean, I've shared my experience, even that, like I drove up to a gate and I tweeted this. I drove up to a gate. It stopped before the gate, and then it slowly crept forward until it hit the sensor stop and went through the gate. Elon actually liked that tweet yesterday. I'm sorry. What was the second half of the question? Actually, I've already forgot.
Would you recommend it to people, buy or subscribe? And then the second question is for Telescope.
I would say in the past my answer probably would have been subscribe, but yeah, I'd say now definitely buy.
All right. Telescope, do you expect a take rate increase throughout this year?
Absolutely. I think with previous builds, there has been some success, and the experience has still been mind-blowing, but it hasn't reached this level of success. And just generalizing, even just as Richard's sharing, that fundamental notion that we're now finally kind of feeling that experience where the vehicle can really go from point A to point B by itself. So I completely think that the take rate is going to increase. I would even say it might increase by 10 to 20%. It's videos going out there, experiences being shared, the overall pretty much across the board positive experiences. These are all things that are noticed by those who are not currently subscribed, who haven't purchased it yet. And I think that it's going to have a huge impact.
So how many people by year end do you think will have subscribed or purchased FSD? By year end, how many people? While you think about your answer, Richard, go ahead.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing that's going to attribute to take rate is going to be actual smart summon and banish, whatever he calls that, because I think you're going to see so many people blown away that are not in this Tesla community, that are not that are sitting out there, and they just see somebody's car drop them off right in front of the store and then go park itself. They're going to be like, oh man, I wish my car did that. Holy cow. And so I think that's just going to be like the biggest advertising campaign that will both you'll see take rate increase, and obviously that'll be good for sales in general. They'll be able to see it, because I mean, my car's done amazing things, but people assume I'm driving. You know, they don't know what it's doing behind tinted windows.
What's your answer?
Could you repeat the question?
Assuming same prices, so $12,000 for FXP and $200 monthly subscription, how many people do you expect will have purchased or subscribed to FSD by year end?
I think we'll surpass the 500,000 mark.
Okay. Meta. Meta.
I think we're also not considering
I'm with Meta.
Tesla,
we're driving 43
Tesla
minutes.
plans to. Yeah.
All right, we're gonna switch to. I'm gonna make Meta co-host, so we can bring in more people, and then we have Machine. Machine, are you in the car?
Not yet.
45 minutes away from Machine's house.
You know, these jokers.
45?
Yeah, this not just give up at some point. Like, I my kids are gonna be back at 3. You jokesters take an hour and a half to get down here.
What are we gonna do? There's fucking traffic.
I know. Well, I don't know what to tell you.
Bring your kids. Let's see what's
the point. Yeah, actually.
Bring your kids.
Oh my god.
You're not that afraid, are you? You're afraid it's gonna be good. And you're gonna be like, fuck, this ruins my whole thing if I'm impressed.
You know, I'm just thinking about it. I'm like, well, I guess I could put in car seats in your car.
Meta, what do you think about the drive so far?
It's phenomenal. It's absolutely perfect. And you know what the best part is? People think you need to drive at the same speed the whole time, and you don't. You need to actually adjust your speed. I think the auto set speed is a huge difference maker.
Yeah. Some guys like parking on our side, it didn't even bat an eye.
When we got out, it like gave proper space for those buses. It's doing good.
I mean, you guys could just kind of keep it unmuted and just keep talking through it. one of you drive or FSD drives.
Well, we're gonna be on the highway for a long time. It won't be too interesting.
Machine, why do you
Machine
why do you
is all the way
live
out in the middle of
Machine,
nowhere.
Machine, why do you live so far out in the I was gonna say something about it.
It's good for raising kids.
Yeah, I mean, I live on the peninsula. It's a very nice area in general. I don't know what to tell you. There's not as many homeless people as there are in San Francisco, so yeah, I'm not missing out. I don't feel like I'm missing out by not living in San Francisco.
Is it just because you have like a security job that for the neighborhood that you run in?
I'm still working on that. I'm trying to secure that position. But yesterday I went for a run up Windy Hill, which is a very nice trail run. And it's easy to get to the trails from here. San Francisco, you have to hike over a few encampments just to probably find a sidewalk that doesn't have poop on it. So, I prefer it here. It's a little cleaner.
I haven't seen poop on the sidewalk in a long time.
Well, we need to start feeding everyone Popeyes to make that.
Oh shit! Look at this.
Phones. It says keep right.
I fucked that one up.
No, it says keep right there too.
Are you on 280?
It's different lanes. No, there's construction.
There's a massive amount
And there's
of
a
construction.
human. This is a great scene. There's a human waving us forward, and the car is gonna go very, very slowly. But it's listening.
Guys, just
Oh.
be mindful that the
going
stock
again.
price is changing after hours as you guys talk.
You're welcome.
Is it really? What's it at?
Well, it depends on what you say.
You say tanking. It's like
Just rode by on a bicycle.
doing a wheelie. Car's not freaking out. It's handling cones perfectly. It's not confused by the white line.
Keep talking. It's going up.
Construction is not making a difference.
This is actually a really difficult left turn. So if it pulls this off, it's pretty impressive. Yeah.
There isn't construction.
How much is that? How much is that turn worth? Is it worth like 5%?
This is the turn you have to take anytime you want to get out of San Francisco.
Yeah.
And it's people trying to get out of this shithole of a city and go back down to the peninsula.
Solicitors.
Yeah, there's a homeless guy. There's construction workers. There's cones.
There will be people parked in the intersection that shouldn't be there.
Trucks, yeah. People stick out into the intersection because they couldn't get over in time.
There's a median you can pull out into and be safe.
It's a clusterfuck, basically. This is the scientific term. Like right now, I can see people just in the middle of the intersection, blocking the whole road.
Is that lady standing at the median or just in the street?
She's sitting in the median, asking for money.
No, the pedestrian over there.
Yeah, I don't know.
I think she's there's just a pedestrian walking through the traffic. People reversing their cars.
All right, the light's green. We're finally moving.
There we go. Not freaked out by the stop sign the construction sign person was holding up.
It looks like we are blocking.
No, we're not. Traffic. Not quite. Oh yeah, it did. It blocked a lane.
Yep. People are going to be pissed at us.
No,
that's okay.
Oh, it cleared up.
It's getting out of the way. Okay, not bad.
That wasn't that bad. Not a single honk.
That was good. I would do.
You can pull up a little bit more angled and then like do a sharp turn on. That's probably more of an expert maneuver later.
All right, we're getting on the highway now. It's probably going to be pretty boring for the next 40 minutes until we grab machine.
Yeah.
Hey guys, I'm wondering if you can get a picture of Machine, because the way I kind of view him in my mind's eye is he has one gigantic eye in the center of his head, kind of like a cyclops. So I'd like that confirmed.
I'll make sure my mid-journey camera is working.
You guys are hilarious. So no disengages, no intervention so far?
No.
Nothing.
Literally, I think you backed up a little bit because it doesn't reverse, and then engaged it and went the rest of the way. Yeah, before the drive started. And then you engaged it from the parking spot. And it just went there.
Really tight lane change and heavy traffic there.
Doesn't freak out with a motorcycle. It really feels, this is hard to say, but I think it's even smoother than the other one, or I just haven't been in the car for a minute.
Yeah, it's even better than 12.1 for sure.
Yeah. But I also didn't experience the auto set speed. I think that's a big difference because I can literally looking at the speed, it's going between 39, 40, it goes up and down.
It's not auto set speed anymore.
Oh,
Now
okay.
that it's on the highway.
Got it. So that's just because of the traffic.
Right.
Well, you guys keep talking. Tell us about it. And Meta, is this your first 12.3 ride?
This is my first 12.3 ride.
Like I said, we're on the highway, so it's not really going to be that interesting. We're kind of just sitting in traffic. I mean, it's handling everything perfectly, but there's
Same as
probably
level
not going to be
4,
that much to report for the next 40 minutes until we pick up machine. Then we can go back to telling you about what's happening.
Yeah.
Well, interrupt us if there's anything happening. Westex, welcome. How are you?
Hey, Yaman, I'm doing really well. How are you doing?
I'm doing all right. We got 3 people who joined Patreon, so it's a good day.
Nice. Congrats. Yeah,
I know you're a global sales executive. Would you like to pitch this space to potential patrons?
Let me think that through.
Yeah,
Maybe
put you on the spot. Go ahead.
maybe
Let's
I-
see your sales. Let's see your sales skills.
Usually in sales, you identify the problem and then you overcome it. You know what I mean? I mean, you could certainly pitch something, but I don't know that I could. Okay. No, I'd have to think about it. I don't want to give you. I don't want to give you something half-ass.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. But I'm looking forward to if you're gonna wait. I'm looking forward to a perfect sales pitch, worthy of a global sales executive.
Well, here's a way I can help is if you can identify objections, reasons why people are not contributing to your Patreon, then I can help overcome those objections.
Okay, sounds good. I'll think about that.
Okay.
So what's on your mind?
Well, I've been in a few spaces over the last week or so, some hosted by Omar, and there's some people out there that are suggesting that we lower the price of FSD right now in the short term, like to $100 for the subscription or 6,000 for the if you purchase it. And it just to me it's just what are you thinking? It's so weird what's happening right now. And this, of course, is not financial advice for anybody. I think we're so poised right now for the stock to go up. And like when you think about FSD, first of all, it's really hard to raise the price on a customer that's already paying a certain amount. So if we actually lower it to 100 and then turn around and try to raise it up to 200 or something else later, that's really, really hard. And so at the same time, the value is increasing for FSD rapidly. And over the coming months, with Summon, I forget what they call where it parks itself. I don't know. I just think we're really poised for the take rate to increase significantly. And I think, what is it at 400,000 right now? Is that right?
Right, somewhere between 400,000 and 500,000.
And is that all US or is that including Canada?
I mean, I would say it's like 90% plus US, I'm guessing.
Okay. And maybe like 2.5 million cars, like the total addressable market out, in the United States.
Yeah, total number of cars that can handle FSD today is probably more than 2 million in the US, in North America.
Okay. And so you were asking earlier what the take rate might be. I think it's going to be crazy really soon. I think the take rate's going to increase, let's say to 800,000 by the end of the year. When they start seeing this car move around in the Target parking lot, people are going to lose their shit. And they're going to be like, how do I get that? And I just think it's going to be huge. And then we got to look at, well, do we keep it at 200? Do we keep it at 12,000? I think it starts ratcheting up perhaps later in the year. So I don't know. I'm really optimistic about FSD being a huge game changer very quickly.
All right, thank you. So sorry, did you have a number in mind for year end? How many people on FSD by year end?
Yeah, if you want a coffee bet, this is kind of an outrageous number, but I think 800,000. If we're at 400,000 now, I see us at 800,000 at the end of the year, and that's kind of up or down. So if you want a coffee bet, maybe do 700,000, just to give me some flex. I mean, that's an insane number
Yeah,
too, right?
let me think about that. That's not too outrageous. Let me think about that one.
That's like
Machine,
70.
yeah. I mean, we did reach about 500,000 before, and we're adding like hundreds of thousands of people every quarter have the opportunity to sign up for 3 months of free FSD. So it's not that much of a stretch from
Yeah, fair point.
we'll
Yeah.
see. And also, like, there's also the fact that we still have 10 more months of potential improvements. So I don't think that's that much of a stretch.
Right on.
It's reasonable. Tesla semi trucks, go ahead.
Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Hey, sorry. I kept cutting in and out. Can I speak here in a second when I get a better connection?
Okay.
Thank you.
Hey, Yaman, I've got a question.
Yeah.
This is for a Tesla Scope or anybody else. Have they paused on rolling out 3 right now while they're waiting to roll out 3.1 this weekend or whenever that happens? In other words, we kind of on pause or hold right now?
Yeah, so I would expect that to be the case now. If we don't see anything by, I'd say, Saturday, then they might just go back to rolling out 12.3 again. There's no issues with it. There's no anything safety critical, so there's nothing preventing this. I think that they just want to kind of redirect focus on the 12.3.1 for the time being.
So you are seeing the numbers right now declining just temporarily?
Yeah, I don't think there's many more waves expected, at least for right now. Typically, 8 hours can pass and someone can ask if there's a pause. I don't typically say that the pause has really happened until we've seen at least 2 to 3 days without any updates. So we're just today would be the second day. So if we don't see anything by tonight, going into tomorrow morning, that makes a lot more sense for there to be that proper.
Thanks.
Any other questions, comments? Please request to speak. Meta, how you guys doing over there? Meta, you're on mute.
Oh, we're making fun of a vehicle in front of us that is
Oh, good. We're going around.
yeah,
It.
there we go. The car went around it as we were making fun of it.
Now let's see if it's using autopilot or not.
Yeah, good idea to peek in. I think they may have disengaged it, but the way it was driving, but they could just increase their speed. They just don't know that, I guess. It's such a human thing to do. As soon as you try to overtake it, they speed up. That was very smooth. Saw that car was coming into the lane, moved over.
It's been perfect so far. No interventions, no disengagements, nothing. And just smooth as butter.
The right amount of lane changes. Didn't feel like anything was an unnecessary lane change.
Thank you. It sounds like you're in Apollo 13 right now. You're talking to us from space. We need better connection. But in the meantime, Lance Walrith says, who just joined Patreon, says, here's a sales pitch. Wes Hicks, take notes. Here's a sales pitch for joining Yama Space. If you gain any insight into this amazing time we live in this space, you should feel guilty for not tipping this host for all the hard work. It is the value of a cup of a Starbucks coffee to help the space YouTube Live. Come on, people. There you go.
That's decent.
Yeah, not bad. Not bad.
It's kind of a guilt approach, right? The guilt technique.
The guilt technique, exactly.
Somehow fear is really powerful. I don't know if we can work fear into it. Maybe that's a good angle.
Maybe we can ask machine to do that. Fear. I don't know, but we also have one more people that just joined. Raj Kumar. Raj Kumar just joined the Tesla tier. Any other questions, comments? Please request to speak. We have Meta and Omar in the same car going on FSD 12.3 with no disengagements, no interventions, going up to pick up Machine, who is like living in the middle of nowhere. Jimmy, welcome. Jimmy.
Hey, I have a question for Meta. What mode are you driving in? Assertive, chill, or I think is it normal or aggressive?
I asked Omar earlier, and he said assertive.
All right. So when I drive in aggressive, I notice that my car gets up to speed very quickly compared to version 11.
Yeah, I think I saw something from Kaz about different speeds and the different average, sorry, different settings and different average speed. I think the speed selection might be tied to that setting. Is that the same experience?
That's what I'm thinking. So I did a test drive today for an hour from the city to the countryside, and I did it in assertive, and it seemed to get, or did it in aggressive. It seemed to catch me up to speed. It also went around cars a lot more and made turns that I myself would kind of question. And then when I put it back to like a chill mode, I noticed that it took a longer time to get up, but I don't have actual facts behind it other than that's just what I experience.
Yeah, I think when originally the modes came out, they mentioned that it was just about how patient it would be before trying to make a lane change. But when it made the lane change, it was still making the lane change just as safe no matter what setting. So it would not be surprising if that setting still affects like how aggressive it is with the lane changes. But I will say with assertive, it's been driving fine. It hasn't made unnecessary lane changes. We just passed a cop on the side of the road, and it didn't freak out like previous versions used to after they had the red light pullover thing. So I think it's doing well. Have you had any experiences with cops on the side of the road yet, where you actually had to move change lanes?
I did. On my first drive, there was a state trooper, and state troopers typically pull over people on the right side, but this one happened to pull them over on the left side, so in the fast lane, and my car did not know to get over into the right-hand lane with all the other traffic that was moving, and so I just disengaged because he was covering the lane and I didn't want to brake hard or have the car brake hard. So I just took control and went around him. But I kind of feel like I want to replay that because I feel like maybe if I would have waited longer, the car would have done it. But at the same time, I'm not here to mess with the police and what they're doing. So it was on a main highway where cars are going like 70 miles an hour. So
Yeah, safety first. 100%.
I did have one quick question though for you. My car seems to always give one car length behind another person when I pull up to like a stoplight or a stop sign.
Yeah, I think that might just be because I saw. Are you in V12 or is this also happening for you in V11?
I'm on V12.3 and I at on 11 I noticed that I was almost like a bumper to bumper like I
Yeah,
normally would be, but in here it seems to like give me more distance. Like I would say on average a car length or a car length and a half.
right. We Wes tagged me in a post where the car stopped almost a car length behind the stop line for the intersection. Um, if you think about it, if you're just rewarding the model for safety and to get the person to where they need to go, that's a valid place to stop, right? You could theoretically start disincentivizing it from leaving too large of a gap for politeness, but I don't think you focus on politeness policies until you've nailed down safety, then like major discomforts, and then politeness could come after. And getting to the destination, I would say, is probably so safety, task completion, then discomfort, then politeness.
Well, so I would say, in my personal opinion, that it's discomforting to have a car length because people are going to take advantage of that. Like, I had one gentleman in one of my drives. And he's in a van, and my car left about a car length and a half at a red light, and he just decided I'm gonna pull my blinker over and get into this lane for no reason because it's two straightaways, and he kind of like cut me off. And I was like, well, realistically, I should be going parallel with him, and then he should either go behind me or speed up and go in front of me. But because that gap was left there, he just rudely cut me off, essentially.
Right. That's a very human emotional thing. But from a mathematical standpoint, the vehicle probably didn't suffer that much in task complete. We got you there in time. We don't want it to necessarily drive like a race car either, right? And then the other thing is if you were in the back seat on your phone like you were in an Uber, you probably wouldn't even. Like
Yeah,
if in a Waymo, if
you're
that
breaking
happened and
up
I
quite a
wasn't sitting on the
bit.
seat,
Your
I'd be scared.
connection's kind of falling.
Yeah, we're on a highway.
What
I
does that
think
have
we
to do with
will.
anything?
The highway doesn't have great reception here.
It's so
Okay,
crazy to
so
me that we're
one
talking
thing
about autonomous driving on a
one thing I
shitty
will tell
connection.
you about my car, maybe it's my connection. Dang it.
No, it's the same. Same for me. He's breaking up.
All
Jimmy?
right. Hopefully you can hear me now. So the first thing I did is there is a spot in my town. It's my car could never do it. I've tried it on every version of FSD. It can never complete. It freaks out, and you always have to take control. The scenario is there's two double yellow lines next to each other, and you have to take a left-hand turn, and there is no line. So you're driving like east to west with your double lane, and then there's another gap, and then another yellow double, and then you turn into a place which is a road, but there's no markings on it. And what my car used to do was it would inch up, try to take the turn, see the yellow, pull right, try to go forward, turn left. It just like had no idea what to do. And yesterday on my first drive, the car just went up to the line, pulled right where it was supposed to go, and continued. And then it pulled into the parking lot spot, which is all unmarked. Like it doesn't have lines. And it completed it with no intervention from me. And I was like, oh my goodness, like it actually did it. Like I was really nervous it wasn't going to be able to do it, but it did it and it didn't even hesitate. It felt like somebody was just driving the car and I was sitting there as a passenger. It was really like thrilling because I've tried to attempt this for like hundreds of times over like a course of an entire year and it finally did it. So like I was super thrilled.
Hey, Wes. Wes Hicks, are you there?
Yeah, I'm right here.
Ken just came up with a fear method for signing
Oh,
up for Patreon.
good.
Want to
What
hear
do
it?
you? Yeah. What does he have?
He goes, if you don't sign up to Patreon, machine will start dating your mom.
That's hard, man. That's good. That's real fair.
Oh, wow. We just added 20 people. Amazing. Meta, how long more until you guys get to, what's the ETA for Mission Spot?
15 minutes.
15 minutes.
He's not in the in the space anymore though, so hopefully he's getting ready. He's probably in the shower.
The only time he takes showers in a month. I did hear something about San Francisco, but anyway. How's it doing? Still no disengagements, interventions? You guys are having too much fun in that car. Nobody talking.
It's really boring. It's just driving perfectly. Yeah. Literally, it's like a train. It's yeah. I know people are saying that the highway stack is the same. It doesn't feel that way to me personally.
You think it's still on V11 stack?
Yeah, Tesla Scope, do you have any information on that, or?
What was the question regarding the stack?
Is the highway stack the same as FSD 12 stack?
So it's still not using the end-to-end model, but what I've been saying is similar to all FSD updates, in particular even before this, it can receive improvements, and it has received improvements since the initial 11.4.9 update. So that's why there are a lot of little bits and pieces that feel like it's been refined and improved, but it hasn't yet moved to the merged model yet, but which will either be amazing from the start, kind of like with version 12 currently, or we might see a little bit of regressions. But that's largely why Tesla's been holding off on that, is they want to make sure that when that transition does happen, it's incredibly smooth, it's exactly what you're expecting, and doesn't end up essentially going backwards as much as possible.
Yeah, that makes sense. Because it doesn't feel the same. So it's fair it's not end to end, but it could be refined. Also, if they deleted a bunch of code for the city stack, it's very likely there were some bugs or memory leaks or excess memory usage for the highway stack to perform better. So that could also be one of the reasons why it's feeling more reactive. But I feel like the highway driving is better.
You think the highway drive? No, don't say that. Don't say that. What are you talking about? The stock is going down after you said that, after hours.
Well, it is what it is. I mean, I heard people complaining about the highway doing a bunch of unnecessary lane changes. I haven't seen a single one. Yeah. I don't know why people are complaining about the highway regressing.
It's the old
Don't-
stack that probably varies more from place to place.
That's true too. Yeah, that's true.
So I think it's working better here, but I also heard a lot of people say highway's gotten worse for me. So I think it's definitely different, but this is the kind of problem with the old stack, is it can make it better for some people and worse for others.
Here we go with the cones.
Yeah,
That seems
barely getting
yeah.
barely getting out of the way in time, but avoiding closed lane with cones.
Yeah. It could have done it earlier, but it's definitely thinking 5 seconds ahead, right? So it's not.
It's good enough that if the person isn't paying attention, it doesn't matter.
Right. I think for highway, they got to expand the amount
I
of
mean,
time.
I can't imagine if this isn't end to end, and there's a huge upgrade to highway driving coming
be
from
insane.
this. It's gonna be like coast to coast good.
Yeah. Well, like, I mean, if we just do a count from that sign, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, about 6 seconds to like 2/3 of our site. So 10 seconds, and you're kind of like as far as you're going to be able to see anyway. So they just need to bump it up from 5 seconds to like 10 to 15 seconds.
Looks like we got another lane closing. Nailed it again.
Yeah, I just checked it with that sign again. It's about the same. Even as a human, when you're driving, it's not like you can see around corners, so you're only making your judgment based on what you can see.
Have you guys noticed a decrease in Tesla nag?
I think we're gonna plead the fifth on that one.
Wow.
No, it didn't. You didn't have to disengage. It just said
I
take
didn't
over.
disengage, but it did brake pretty hard because
But that's
it's on,
because that construction dude.
it's a pedestrian in the highway.
Yeah, it freaked out.
It went down to 40 from 70.
Yeah,
So not.
I would count that.
It shouldn't have braked that hard.
I would count that as not great.
Yeah.
There was nobody behind you.
Yeah.
Or not that close. But at the same time, it didn't, and that could be one of the things that an end-to-end stack would pick up. It didn't realize that the pedestrian was behind the cones.
Yeah. But good that it can respond to a pedestrian on the highway.
Yeah.
But a construction worker on the highway is a pretty common scenario.
Correct.
It needs to be able to handle that without braking.
Yep.
By the way, I'm driving right now as well. Obviously, no disengagements. Not that I expect it, but so we have a couple going live.
Yeah, it's funny that it's obviously no disengagements. It's so obvious last week.
It's funny. We could literally do space one day with everybody on FSD driving around, talking about what they're seeing.
Omar, are you going to do a coast-to-coast drive after a few more updates?
I will admit this to the space because we have a close relationship. I think this car is a better driver than me at this point. That may not be saying much for what it's worth, but I do think it's better than me.
From Machine.
Is Machine in the space? I don't see him. I'll message him.
Are you nervous for meeting Machine in person?
He's asking if there's space in the back seats. I'm just going to tell him the back seats are empty.
His kids.
Just hide your mom.
What do you want?
Oh, I was just responding to you. There is space in the back seats, and we're 8 minutes away. 7 minutes now.
Well, the thing is, there's either 13 minutes of driving with me, which you probably can't get very far, or we put my kids in the back seat.
We can go get your kids. Let's make it a family ride.
So
Family affair.
they'll love it.
Yeah, I want to get their opinion.
Yeah, and you can't
Yeah.
bias it.
That's true.
They don't know. They have no position.
You will have to watch your mouth, though. You can't be making your mama jokes.
Well, yeah, and same for Omar and all his cursing
Obviously,
and foul mouth.
Respect.
Let's see what Machine behaves like around his kids.
He just acts the same way. He's just making your mama jokes to them.
He actually makes it to them.
That would be actually accurate. He is actually banging their mom. So that's the one person he could make a your mama joke to and not be lying.
He dropped a listener.
Yeah. Michael, go ahead.
Hi. I have a question regarding localization of full self-driving. I'm driving here in Michigan, and I was wondering how much of this stack is generic and how much is, I want to say, localized. There's still a lot of, I mean, I'm not on 12.3 yet, I'm still on 11. But in general, do we know, is there any knowledge about how that it gets localized?
Sorry, we were coordinating.
It's already localized. It already works. It has for years. All you do is you just put more clips and that's it.
Yeah. You get better at writing poems by seeing more examples. You don't have to learn how to write just haikus or just write essays. So like generalized models are better. That's the whole point of going to an end-to-end model, right? So I don't think you need to create different localization for different areas. You just collect disengagements across the whole fleet.
Right, but in the end, you still need to train for local laws. You know, in certain areas, you might have different legal requirements, how to like get in a intersection whatsoever.
Are you talking about different countries? Or
yeah, not
different...
only countries. I mean, even in states, as far as I'm concerned, there's certain, again, like similar to Dirty Tesla, the issues here in Michigan where the car swerves into this passing lanes or like Michigan lefts, which exist nowhere else in the country. I mean, to a certain degree, yes, you can have this with a generalized model, but there might be certain things where, yeah, it really depends on a state or like you said, definitely on a country where you have to say, okay, I'm in Canada now, so there's certain law differences which I have to adhere to. So you need a kind of model, know where you're driving.
So you don't need the region information. You just need to know where the disengagements are occurring. So those Michigan lefts will result in disengagements on their disengagement dashboard just as much as, say, they were making the wrong right turn every time there was a cone throughout the country. So they don't need to care about region. They just care about the number of disengagements overall.
I mean, it does have the location. So it knows, for example, what country you're in, what state you're in. I've seen, for example, in California, it won't cross a solid line to get into the carpool lane. But then when you cross on over into the Arizona border, it will cross a solid line to get into the carpool lane. So they are feeding some of this map data in as an input to the system, and it can sort of adapt its behavior based on that.
It just handled those flashing yellows perfectly as we were driving.
Yeah,
No freak out.
it's been doing pretty much everything perfect.
I feel like you're just used to it at this point. You're like, yeah.
I mean, I'm surprised when something doesn't work now. I actually get mad, even like a little accelerator press.
Yeah.
I get really upset. I'm like, piece of shit. Before I would like get excited if it worked at all. I'd be like, oh my God, I can't believe it. I didn't have to disengage. Now it's like the opposite.
Yeah, I think that.
Meta, can you tell us? Can you tell us about how it handled the flashing yellow signs? Because that's one I've been having. I had problems with before.
It was a flashing yellow for pedestrian, a school zone, I think, or pedestrian, something like that. But there wasn't like a crosswalk. You just kind of keep driving, and it didn't slow down. I think it slowed down a little bit, but it didn't
A tiny bit.
stop. Yeah,
It just slowed slightly, but it didn't do it too harshly.
yeah.
And then it
Kinda-
continued. Just like a human.
Yeah, just like a human. Humans would also slow down a little bit, as was the traffic around us. But there wasn't anybody in front of us. There were some people on our right, and I think it handled that well.
Basically, it just drove from San Francisco to Redwood City, 40 minutes without any intervention. I didn't touch anything.
Yeah.
I didn't give it any input.
And I would say there's one discomfort, Max.
Yeah,
with
on the highway.
Yeah, which we know the highway's going to improve.
But it didn't even require me to press the accelerator for
Didn't,
that. It
yeah.
just recovered itself.
That's awesome. Thank you. Thank you guys for doing this. Really informative. You know, we
Too
have
much
a.
to-
Oh, okay. We have one new speaker real quick, but before I get to that, Matt Senko says 2024 bar trivia. Oh, 2042 bar trivia. Who was the first human being to be driven coast to coast in an autonomous vehicle? And he says Tesla can't verify the claim. They should have a contest, give a roadster away. Who was the first human being to be driven coast to coast in an autonomous vehicle without disengagement? I guess Tesla can know that, right?
That's going to be me, obviously.
It's either you or Elon.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. FSD Beta SoCal. Go ahead.
Oh, hey guys. I didn't want to interrupt. I just was coming on just in case the conversation got interesting. I wanted to jump in, but yeah, I mean, just a quick intro. I've been testing FSD 12.2.1 since it was like 0.5% rollout. So yeah, testing 12.3 as well. But otherwise, I'll just listen in, and if there's, because I have some different opinions than other people, so I don't want to interrupt the party here. But nice.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't like this guy. First of all, he said the conversation's not interesting.
I
Then he
did
was
not
like
say that, sir.
He was like in some group chat. He's like, "Oh, Omar's like lying. His videos aren't real, whatever." And then he's like, "Oh wait, Omar's in this group chat." I was like, "Okay, fuck you."
I did not say that.
Machine, are you in the car yet?
He's not here yet.
I'm standing on Woodside Road like a bum.
We will see you. Like we're literally crossing one road and then we're there.
Have you seen Machine in person yet?
Me?
Meta?
No, I have not.
First time. Wow.
It's the first time.
Are you excited? Are you nervous? Did you hide
I've
your
seen
mom?
his picture. I've seen his picture.
Hey, Machine.
Richard.
Oh, I see him up there.
It sees him waving and it's coming.
It sees him with his little middle finger up because, of course, class act. All right, I'm gonna hop in the back. so you can
Take
get
a
proper
picture. No
experience.
one has
It
seen
pulled
him
up
before.
perfectly. It pulled up perfectly. You got to sit in the front. You got to get the full experience. You got to get the full experience.
Oh, Nick. It's so good to see you. Hey, man. Good. Been a while.
All right.
Oh, this is so funny.
Tech douche road.
Oh no, we lost Meta. What the hell just happened? Oh, Omar is coming. All right, Omar is on. Let's make him co-host. All right. Sound check.
Hey, what's up?
Perfect. Very good. Well, machine, are you there?
He's
I
here.
am, begrudgingly.
The
Well,
car
I
picked
don't.
him up right where he is.
Pulled over. I opened the door. That was the only time I put the red hands on.
It saw him waving and then pulled over right next to him.
Yeah, actually, did you notice, Machine? I was going to pull behind that car and then I pulled over in front.
Yeah, that was kind of
Right.
I wasn't paying attention, realizing that it was the car driving you
was
up
the
to
car.
the point.
Because the car.
Let's
Yeah,
give
no,
it.
actually-
Let's give it a destination, Machine. Why don't you pick a destination for it? You know the area.
Can I
Yeah,
do like
Yeah,
a
just-
you can press and
just
hold.
press and hold, yeah.
updating? I'm gonna
Yeah.
start somewhere because I wanted to go through this stupid street because it's narrow
Okay.
and it's kind of a problem.
Just hold down on it. There you go.
I mean, I should
Just
know
be
that.
mindful of where we're starting when you go to red.
No, I know. So
Gotcha. Fair enough.
it might try to. It's got to go.
All right.
It might try to U-turn there.
This is pretty wild.
Which
Yeah.
It wants to make a left turn right over there.
Okay.
So we're gonna have to wait for an opportunity.
It feels like somebody's not buckled in.
I am in.
Does the machine look like how you imagined him, with a big eye in his forehead?
All you can see is the one eye.
Oh fuck. Yeah, this thing got fucked up.
Hey, machine, do you have your hand on the trigger?
All right, here we go.
for
Perfect.
call options?
Check this out, Machine. Look at this.
Nice.
Look at this shit.
That was pretty good.
You see that shit?
So I have to deal with this U-turn or left turn right by where I live that's like on a busy street. And so often you have to pop out of the driveway when there's two lanes coming and make sure they're clear to get over the left turn lane. And it's not an easy thing. And the car waited patiently until the traffic was clear to go, which is totally
Wow,
fine.
you sound impressed. That's amazing. Hey, Wes has a great idea that he just shared on YouTube Live. Navigate to Popeyes.
Not even human, because most humans would suck at that.
All right, now we got a tight street. There's another car coming. Notice how it doesn't stop. It smoothly continues.
And then moves back into like the center-ish to be more comfortable.
Is anyone video
All right, we're
recording
stopping
this?
at a stop sign. Yeah, I'm recording the whole thing, so we'll get video later.
The weird stop where there's
Yeah.
actually two.
There's a lot of stop signs here. It's kind of confusing. All right, now we're going into a narrow street again. There's another car coming. It's slowing down.
It's totally natural.
Yeah.
Completely natural, yeah. There's
Freak out
a
about the construction worker here.
there's a construction worker, tractor being moved. We're approaching a left turn onto Redwood Avenue. Okay, we're slowing for no reason. I think maybe it thought that was a speed bump.
Yeah, the pothole. Yeah, I guess.
That's okay.
I think there's a bike symbol in the road and it thought it was a speed bump.
You can see it's trying to avoid all these manholes.
sort of tit
It
for
knows
tat
he was-
body
yeah.
language.
Yeah.
Are you impressed?
Yeah, I know we got to probably update the. Well, I guess when you
So
get there, right?
No, you can just zoom out and pick another location and hit.
Yeah. All right, give us a new pin.
Let's go. We're gonna go downtown.
What should the title for this YouTube video be? Non-believer becomes a believer.
All right, well, we're going off on our second drive now.
Are we still in the space?
Yeah, can you guys hear us?
Yes, we can. Keep going.
It's been really quiet.
All right, we're at a stop sign. We're proceeding, still on this narrow road. There's a sign that says narrow lanes. Pull aside for oncoming traffic.
Can we do like
This was a good road pick.
can we do like an X? Can you do like a video stream somehow separately or no?
We would,
recorded.
okay, there's a stroller crossing the street. The car's slowing down. Very nice. Completely natural again. A little too slow maybe, but good.
That's a little,
What's a school zone?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a park here.
Let's come with their bike here. Let's see.
One person riding 2 bikes.
I've tried that before. It's dangerous.
All right, we're making a right turn up ahead.
We lost you guys.
Can you hear us?
Yeah, we can't hear you now.
Okay. All right, we're trying to turn right. There's a pedestrian crossing the street. There's a lot of traffic. It's creeping forward as somebody turns left. There appears to be another car coming,
You can see the confidence.
but it's still turning right. That person's in the other lane,
You can also see
and
the
it's picking up
confidence
quickly.
increasing by the tentacle, increasing and shrinking.
Yeah.
What are you looking at?
The blue line in front
Oh,
of the
right.
car.
Okay. Yeah, over there. Yeah, I mean,
Machine,
so
are you
far it's-
impressed?
I am definitely impressed with how natural it's performing all the maneuvers. Nothing feels like too mechanical or
Machine-like.
awkward. Yeah.
Machine like.
All right. I think
So-
we convinced the machine to get hardware 3.
Right.
Trying
we?
to think about. I'm trying to think about how do I get this thing to crash into something. I'm working on it. That challenge.
Railroads.
There are railroads up here, although What we're about- going to go on the underpass. What but about other those hills you things. took us into last The time? hills, I mean, if you want to, after we can turn around and go, it's Yeah, in the opposite direction. that's fine. Okay. Oh, it looks
Like there's some construction.
Oh,
Somebody's
coming up.
doing some work, and there's a truck.
And look at this.
yeah, right away.
Use the.
Very nice.
Boom.
I like that you didn't even trust it, so you had to look back. to
And
make
back
sure.
into the lane.
It goes right back into the right lane. It
Yeah.
doesn't need to be, but I think it will eventually want to be the
Yeah.
right lane.
It made a choice.
Yeah, and it's sticking with it.
Yes.
It slowed down as that guy was walking past the crosswalk thinking he might cross. That was an incorrect prediction, but you can see how. And it doesn't kind of slam on the brakes. It
Right.
kind of feathers it more when it sees something like that.
And I think if you were in an Uber,
Mhm.
that would have bothered you.
No.
Like sitting in the back is a very different experience.
All right.
Right.
So far, this has all been easy.
Yeah.
You haven't been throwing many challenges at us.
No, I mean it's Redwood City, right? It's not San Francisco, so I'm
But you
Trying to
see
think
the
of the-
videos in San Francisco. Here
I-
it's more about
I have
think,
a challenge.
experiencing this
I have a
smoothness, which is
challenge
so hard to
request.
capture.
yes, correct.
All right.
The hills will
Well,
be interesting too, just because they're so awkward.
I wonder, you can
Topography,
even
but-
catch it with an
Yeah.
accelerometer or anything, right? I wonder
Jimmy,
if
go
it's-
ahead. Just keep talking, Jimmy. They'll hear you
all
at some
right.
point.
So what I wouldn't.
No, we can't hear him.
Oh, he can't hear me. I wouldn't be.
Uh,
I wouldn't recommend
You may have
doing
to
this,
repeat what he's
but
saying.
I'm gonna go out on a country field where there's no cars and there's a split yellow in the middle, and I'm gonna pull over on the other side of the road, and then I'm gonna engage FSD and see if my car will bring me back across to the right side.
what is this software bug that this thing constantly loses connection one way?
I have no idea.
They're not reestablishing connections when they break.
And just for everybody
think-
listening, where
But
do you
One of the
find this?
Neuralink monkeys is
Where
in
do you
charge of
find
maintaining
people
the
meeting
space's
up
code
in a
base.
space,
All right,
meeting in
hold on,
person and
hold on.
self-drive?
Okay, we're gonna focus on what these guys are talking about real quick. Can everyone hear Omar? If you can hear Omar, please give a thumbs up. If you can't hear him, okay, Richard can't hear. So Jimmy's the only one. Jimmy, I'm gonna move you down and bring you back up. In the meantime, Jesse Stone, go ahead. Jesse,
Oh,
Jesse.
yeah. Yeah, hi. So is this just a general Tesla discussion space?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so I'm curious what everyone's thoughts are regarding the charging problem when we've got all of these completely self-driving Teslas around, and they're able to just navigate without anyone in the car to superchargers. And what is everyone's thoughts on Optimus and how that could be used to station one at each supercharger location in order to solve that problem?
Omar, what do you think? Now that the cars can drive themselves to supercharger, do you think how do you think Tesla will solve the self-charging issue?
Well, it's not really a hard problem to solve. If you had robo taxis, you could just hire someone to plug in the cars. You only need like one person, minimum wage to do it, or you could even like ask the other humans that are there to plug in the car and get like $1 off their supercharging. Another solution
50 cents.
is wireless charging, which an autonomous car could go on. And then, yeah, you could, if you had Optimus actually out as a product, in theory, it could do that too.
You also have to clean the cars. So in the beginning, before you have Optimus, you can just have the person who plugs it in check for cleanliness as well.
All right, so we're trying to turn left. There's a ton of cars, and we don't have a left turn arrow, so we're waiting for a gap.
And there's the pylons to add some confusion.
Uh-huh.
There. And a fire truck. Is it going to go in front of the fire truck?
Let's go. Yeah, we can go. We can go. Yeah.
It's like the exact time you'd want to go. Yep. Very natural. Almost as good as me driving.
Maybe even better.
Nah, it's not safe. It's certainly safer. That it probably safer. Yeah.
All right, we got a pedestrian crossing. He stops in the middle of the crosswalk.
And decide what he wants to do. And then, oh, look at that.
Perfectly
Take the right
natural.
way.
We're moving around downtown Redwood City now.
That person wanted to go left was blocked on the crosswalk and it decided to go anyway. Yeah, I knew that. Yeah. I was like, well, they can't go anyway. I might as well go.
We got the Stanford shuttle driving in front of us. We're going to make a left. Creeping forward, a little bit hesitant.
Well,
It was waiting to see what
yeah.
that car on the other
I
side was
think they
going
had
to do.
right of way.
Yeah. We got Box's offices in front of us. Interesting name for a company.
If somebody has right of way and they don't take the right of way, the car does have to just decide
Yeah.
to go.
It does take an opportunity if it gets it.
Are you guys going to
Right now
Popeyes?
We're going up a hill.
No, yeah.
Maybe Popeyes will be the next destination.
I prevent I resisted the urge to take them to Popeyes.
Hey Omar,
Why?
can you
Is it
put
your
a
safe space?
I don't want to be embarrassed if I bring them in there. It's kind of embarrassing. I don't want us to walk in there and find out how you
Can you guys select a destination so the car does a U-turn?
We'd have to try and
We can, yeah, we might find one in the hill or something. I don't know. We'll see.
Richard.
Yeah, I just wanted to say I've been driving for a little over 30 minutes, nonstop, absolutely flawless. There was some interesting left turns, unprotected lefts in traffic, and it just, I have not touched the accelerator, nothing. Now I started even just entering addresses. It's just been so good. It's like I can't get this thing to.
We're just going to reuse connections when people reconnect.
Richard, you may have to close your app and reopen it.
No, just coming down and then coming back up is fine. Wes,
Hey, what's up?
Hey, how's it going? I just.
You want us to take you in too?
Oh, that'd be
Alright.
great. I'm totally jealous.
all right, hold on, everybody, hold on. We have an Animal House going on right now. So, so Omar is going to stay co-host and unmuted, and we have Wes, and then the other Wes is Wes Hicks. So if I say Wes, I'm referring to Wes, not Wes Hicks. All right, Wes, go ahead.
This is awesome. How much fun are you guys having?
We're having a great time, and if you guys find this awesome as well, go up to the top of our screens and click on the Patreon link and sign up to support the space so you can keep going.
I know. Well, I'm so excited that I've started taking off clothes.
Oh no.
Yeah, taking off my shirt next. And if we go through the hills without any disengagements, I might take off my shorts too.
You might just have to leave them there, Omar. This is his way of saying, well, I couldn't complete the trip.
Exactly.
I told you guys.
But honestly, the way it drives, like I'm not paying attention. Like I feel like it's not doing anything to me that I'm like, oh, like it's some uncertain maneuver or wavering of the wheel to where I'm like, oh my God, what is this thing going to do? I could totally see if the car got to the point that all I would have to do from now on is get to a point of not having any, critical disengagements to the level of humans. Yeah. And is totally being capable of driving people around. Like that part is here now, right? And I get that's what version 12 is. That's not what L4 means. It can do the not critical disengagements part, right?
I mean, if you think about it, if I was in the back seat, it would have been doing the exact same thing.
And it's very comfortable. So that part, there's no, I would say the superior, I haven't driven in a Waymo, but my guess is Omar or Meta, the fluidity of the driving is not much different. Not much worse. It's not worse, right? It's not worse.
Waymo never has any intervention, but Tesla's smoother.
Yeah.
I would say 12.1 was about as assertive as a Waymo, but this 12.3 feels more assertive than a Waymo. I think with a Waymo, sometimes it feels like a grandma.
Yeah.
It's very safe, but it feels like
It tries to avoid doing anything challenging too.
Yeah.
Waymo still has remote driver interventions, though. Just you, Omar, you've experienced that several times, right?
Yeah, but it's not that common.
I think that was with Cruise you're thinking, Wes.
They really are.
Cruise definitely had a lot.
I mean,
so not so much with Waymo. That's cool.
Waymo's good, but they're just limited, right? So if they could actually extend and take me, for example, here, like I couldn't take it to Machine's house because it just won't drive here.
I think they just expanded the service map, or they got permission.
They got permission, but they didn't actually do it. Yeah. No. It moved to let the guy
move, and it's like the guy's turning right with the signal on, and it's not even slowing down. It's like I can see he's starting to turn, so I'm going to start accelerating before he leaves the lane. Yeah. That is like a way I would drive.
Yeah, that was a big annoyance with the old FSD beta. When someone would turn right and you're just stopping and waiting for them. It'd be like, come on.
It's literally so good that you get bored while watching it because there's nothing to criticize. Right. You have to wait a moment through. You're like, I would have criticized, but it ain't fine.
All right, we're about to start driving up into the hills, so we might have some more challenges.
Can I just say how awesome it is to hear Machine's comments? This is fantastic.
I know. I have never seen this guy this positive before. This is the most positive Machine has ever been in his life.
Imagine if he had it on his car.
Every day he'd be happy.
Yeah.
What if it's not Machine and it's somebody else in disguise of Machine?
We should do a GoFundMe so he can be happy all the time.
Made like an alt account, a parody account.
It's probably just an other eye, right?
Richard, go ahead.
We can't hear Richard.
Maybe we should get back in.
He's not talking. He's not talking. Richard?
Maybe he's talking on mute.
All right, Michael.
Yeah, I have a question too, or more like a want to see what your opinion is. I mean, with FSD getting so good and people obviously are paying less attention to driving or monitoring, which in my mind overall raises the risk of an accident and then getting legal consequences where people just say, oh, that was like an accident.
No.
I'm gonna move you guys down and then bring you back up.
Hey, Omar, did they go away? No, connecting.
Yeah, I'm gonna bring them back up.
I want Machine to get behind the wheel, if Omar's cool with it.
I don't know. That's a risky proposition. Richard?
Yeah, I don't know if the earlier statement got it. Sounded like we were having technical issues, but I just wanted to say that I've been driving now around for 41 minutes in traffic everywhere, 100% flawless. Absolutely no accelerator presses, some unprotected left turns that it handled absolutely perfect. It's just drives it around the same experience. Sounds like Omar's having absolutely perfect.
Thank you, Richard, for the updates. Michael, can you ask the question again? I think Omar is trying to come back in.
Yeah, so my point is, as much as I love FSD, I'm just concerned that one day there will be a deadly accident caused by FSD, and then it causes all this legal and shutdown, similar what had happened with robotaxis, various accidents, where it's hard to quantify people who didn't die because of FSD compared to actual fatalities, so to speak. And to what degree do you think that legal will accept that? Okay, there's always a risk. It might be 99.9999% safe, but it will happen at some point that it causes an accident, and how much leeway.
Yeah, you know, Elon has talked about this a bunch of times. We've talked about it in the space as well a bunch of times. And at the end of the day, data will speak for itself, right? And Elon has also mentioned that the regulators, like NHTSA, have been more data oriented in their engagement in the past as well. So, you know, Wes, would you like to add anything to that?
At some point, the system is going to go 1 billion miles without a critical disengagement, and regulators will not be able to not see this data, and they are data driven. So I get your point, and Omar went through a whole bunch of milestones, which I agreed with, where the system will go from like being monitored and not monitored, and the nag will completely go away, stuff like that.
It's also because they're going relatively quick, but not.
Yeah, there's just not enough exposure. You would have to.
Yeah.
Hit.
Okay, it says pass 3 feet, min.
Well, that's the required.
Oh, okay.
Right.
Oh.
What does that mean?
You have to give 3 feet between you and the cyclist as you pass them.
I see.
Like by law.
The system should be doing that. They just cut out for me.
That's okay. Richard, go ahead.
Yeah.
Richard's breaking up for me.
I just found.
Yeah, they're both breaking up for me too. Richard, your connection is really bad. Omar, can you guys talk?
I finally arrived home, and as my it typically now pulls over in front of my house. Should I continue or drop down?
Keep going. All right. Omar?
Driving around, still no takeovers or interventions. Going slow for a while, but nothing really that wrong there. There wasn't much room to pass.
got this. What
Wes, can you hear anybody?
No, they kind of broke up and then disappeared.
Yeah. Yep. Well, I mean, they seem to have. I think I heard no disengagements on no interventions still. So
Yeah, I thought I heard that too. But they'll be
yeah,
back, I'm sure.
yeah,
It's amazing that cell reception is not good in the Bay Area. Just kind of blows my mind.
I know it's ridiculous. We need that Starlink.
Exactly.
Dylan's coming up, and I'll try to bring Richard back up. Once he, I think Richard said he's home now, so maybe on Wi-Fi it'll be better. Dylan, go ahead.
Yeah, I've been running version 12.3, and some behaviors are just like insanely better here in Austin. Like in my area, we have a couple stoplights that are just got put in, or traffic lights, and they still have plastic bags over them. And version 11 would always stop like a stop sign, and now it just proceeds with confidence whenever it's clear. Flashing yellows have been improved as well. Like it never slows down for those whenever it doesn't need to. And then yields. Here we have so many yields that have their own lane, but still have a yield sign. And now it just like proceeds through. Usually it would stop no matter what, like a stop sign, and you'll get honked at. So, yeah.
Thank you, Dylan. Dale.
Hey, Wes. How you doing?
Hey, good man. Good to hear you.
Yeah, good to hear you too. This feels like it's almost done. It feels like a complete product. I know we're paranoid because of the past and everything else, but this looks like it's awfully close. What are your thoughts?
It's very promising. I'm really interested in hearing more data, like from Elias and others that are doing things where they can say with confidence that it's done something repeatedly that's extremely challenging many, many times. So like Chuck's data will be really interesting. Obviously, when Chris gets back from Cybertrucking, that'll be interesting. All of these things will culminate. And I would think that Tesla will start communicating at some point the fleet average of miles to critical disengagement, some type of metric. I would get the feeling because they do like to communicate some key metrics of factories and also autopilot related stuff. It's extremely promising. I'm really excited to see 12 go out to the entire install base. That is going to be a key moment because the folks that are driving it now, it's great data, but seeing it on the whole fleet will be a really telling moment if we are truly on the March of Nines, but it does kind of feel like that right now. Obviously, it still needs to do the pullover and park maneuvers, and other features are coming, so it isn't quite feature complete yet. And we hit, I'm just trying to be some amount of modesty that we've hit these quote unquote local maxes before. So it does look great. I want to see it on the whole fleet, and I'm extremely positive about the future.
Richard.
Yeah, Wes. What's funny is pull over and park. I just experienced after this great 40-minute drive. Came home. I live on a cul-de-sac, and it usually pulls over on the right side of the road, which is opposite of my house. And this time, there was cars there, and it doesn't pull into my driveway. It usually parks on the street. But it drove down to the cul-de-sac, made a U-turn so that it could pull up real close to my house and park properly. So kind of exciting to see new behavior.
That's awesome.
Another funny, which I this could just be a total coincidence, but the other couple days ago, I was driving and there was a cop watching the stop sign near Scoladino, make sure everybody stopped stood, and there was an unusually long pause compared to other stop signs, just like real humans would do. And then a second time, um, a light turned yellow, and it was right, whenever the light turned on a kind of 45 zone where you're kind of borderline if you should go or stop, and it stopped, and I thought, I think I would have went, and then I looked over, there's actually a cop sitting right there. I'm just curious. I mean, it probably is unrelated, but I'm just curious if those little bits of training data around when a cop's around, if it drives like humans drive a little different. I'm just curious if it picks up on it.
All right.
I highly doubt that.
Yeah.
I can give a longer answer, but Dev.
Omar, welcome back. How's it going?
Hey. Good. We did have one takeover, unfortunately. It tried to drive into a trash can.
What does machine have
But
to say
other than
about
that,
machine?
So I think it's
Machine's coming up in Zoma accounts.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, much better. Oh my gosh.
Yep, that's clear.
Yeah, I have a different. So I have AT&T. So we're on a very narrow road, and people have left out their trash cans, to get picked up, and so there were a few trash cans, kind of maybe a quarter of the way out of the road onto the road, and then the person's driveway also wasn't just like a clean driveway. It kind of had some open area so that it kind of looked like you could go to the right of the trash cans as well as to the left. The road is on the left. So the car wasn't sure if it should go left or right around these trash cans, which actually is kind of
Oh, rats, just lost him.
This is so unbelievable. It's so
I don't know.
unbelievable.
You can't hear me anymore?
Yeah, now we can't hear you, but you're cutting off every now and then.
We're headed to Popeyes.
Oh, really?
We're 12 minutes away from Popeyes.
Oh, wow. Look at avoiding the trucks. Right? Yep.
Machine, let me ask you a question.
So, yeah.
Are you adjusting your estimate for robotaxis?
No. Because while I'm very excited and impressed with what it's doing, it is what I'm thinking people's reviews are. It's really about the capability is fully there. It is fully capable of driving you basically everywhere. But it still is about critical disengagements. And those it hasn't proven to me that those rates are so low to where it's going to be close to robotaxi anytime soon. That there's no way I could get that from one data point, but it is very exciting. Like I'm in this thing. I'm like, I'm not even, there's no unnatural movements aside from, it running into the trash cans or almost running into the trash cans. So I don't know. It's both. I would say as an L2 system, it's very reaffirming that people would pay to use this, because while you still got to kind of pay attention a little bit, like you could definitely reduce your stress of driving, for sure. I think even people are concerned about that on surface streets. How are you ever gonna kind of reduce your stress level? I think you can certainly do that with this version.
Don't mute yourself. We can't hear other people.
Sort of event slows down, so just it slowed down just a bit because there was a pedestrian in your driveway, kind of walking through garbage cans, streets, kind of practically a little bit, nothing unrealistic. That's something a safe driver would do. It hasn't done. It's interesting because I think it's been conservative overall, but at the same time, it does show moments of not aggression, assertiveness. So it's a really nice balance, I would say.
Well, keep talking. The stock is positive after hours as you talk.
Well, actually, I did buy a few puts. Maybe I should make up things. Oh my God, we just hit a squirrel. Oh no, that's too bad.
I think the SEC is going to be contacting you soon for stock price manipulation.
Just continuing down the hill now, and apparently
Much better takeoff from the stop signs.
avoiding this.
Obstacles, driving by school.
Omar had an inkling taste for some spicy, and I didn't have an idea of where we could go, but
we're 10 minutes away from Popeyes.
All right. In the meantime, Jesse.
Yeah, I just wanted to give a final thought regarding stationing Optimus at superchargers. That just seems like something Tesla could reasonably do within the next year or so, and have it work essentially without fail. Not scratching anyone's car, not bumping into anything. It would be a pretty standard action. It would only work on Teslas, of course. They would only have to worry about the Tesla vehicles, plugging them in automatically. And I mean, the marketing opportunity there is just incredible. And Elon has a very good mind for marketing,
Jesse,
obviously.
I think Optimus at superchargers right now is the last of Tesla's worries.
Well, yeah, I'm not saying it's an immediate concern, but once we do get to that point, I mean, I feel fairly confident that within the next couple of years.
All right. Any other questions, comments? Wes, what do you think of Machine's takeaway?
I think he's going to be spending some cash in upgrading so he can get 12. And I also think that he's going to change his opinion. He just needs more time in the vehicle with this software.
Yeah, Dylan?
Do you think we could ever see FSD using the horn properly? Honking at people, or they take too long?
Wes, do you think FSD will be using the horn at some point?
I highly doubt it. I mean, I could potentially see them doing that, but it's so far down the priority stack. I'm just trying to think of like a reason why they would do that. I get that if the car is blocked, it's going to reverse. So I think it's just going to do that as opposed to trying to honk a human out of the way. That's my thought.
Does Meta have any thoughts on that?
Go ahead. What were you asking if my thoughts are on what?
Why don't you guys pay attention instead of talking among each other in one car?
The audio's in and out.
It's Williams. Anyway. Yep. The question was, Dylan, what was the question?
I said, do you think we could ever see proper use of the horn by full self-driving?
I can't hear
Well,
you.
I think it thought it was going to be lanes, but then it realized there's a lane.
Yeah. Or I might have thought that was a sharp right turn, but not an actual right turn. So I thought, hey, get in the right turn lane.
Yeah, I think it's getting confused. It thinks this is a lane, but it's got a bike symbol in it. But it looks like it is actually a lane.
Yeah, it does look like a lane.
It's just a lane that can be shared by a bike.
Yeah. These are definitely unique edge cases.
But I like how you can see it actually responding with vision. Like it sees the bike indicator and it like just gracefully sort of changes its mind and goes back over.
That means it was reading the red sign, right? Because it's showing it on the UI and it's also reacting. You could probably put yours back on if you want.
Testing. You can hear. You can hear it.
Yeah, it's great.
Okay, cool. So we're 7 minutes away from Popeyes now. Maybe I'll check.
Hey,
Maybe this route.
Christine, look over to your right and check out this car.
Oh yeah, you.
Imagine if that guy had FST. Maybe his car wouldn't be as dinged up and damaged completely.
Yeah, or maybe it'd be more damage. Here's another Tesla driver on our left. I wonder if they're running FSD.
That was not a honk at us. That was a honk at the Tesla beside us that didn't go.
Yeah, he needs FSD.
Clearly.
All right, we're going back on Veloto Road, Machine's favorite road, on the way to Popeyes. Is this the road you take to Popeyes?
Popeyes is only like down Woodside Road for me. That is like 2 minutes away.
Is it a different Popeyes?
It's the same Popeyes. We were gonna go to my base location. Where they unfortunately they know me.
I was gonna say.
I just go in there. They like hand me a cup.
You just know your order.
Yeah, they just. It's kind of disturbing.
Cheers. Do they play your theme song when you walk in?
I mean, they should at this point.
All right, we're making a right turn. There's a car in the street, but it's kind of sliding through. Very nice.
Are they aware at Popeyes you're trying to get their jobs to be replaced by
No, they don't.
Optimus?
I don't think they'd be happy about that. I keep that to myself. All the other listeners.
All right, we're slipping through some
This is it.
cement,
It's like Presidio in the city.
and we're making a left turn onto Redwood Avenue in a quarter mile. Again, we got narrow lanes here. We got a big truck approaching. So the car is driving very slowly, almost in anticipation. Looks like the truck is turning.
Speeds up a little bit.
Yeah.
But now that the truck's gone, it's speeding up a bit.
This is all stuff that there's no way you can code all these control algorithms
Yeah.
for all these conditions.
Right.
It's also choosing to go 20 and a 25, which is appropriate, I think, given what's going on around us.
Yeah, I'd like to see it go a little faster.
We went
But
25 in this.
yeah, but I think it's the oncoming traffic that's kind of making
Yeah.
it slow down a bit. Like here, we got another oncoming car that's sort of hanging to the right a little bit, letting it pass. I mean, I couldn't really do it better myself, honestly.
It also theoretically could be sped up as they gain confidence.
Yeah, that was good. It was a narrow passageway, so it slowed down.
Gonna enter.
It is.
Oh man, taking a little aggressiveness. Nice.
Being
And
a
then,
little
the person-
assertive,
yeah, the other person
slowing
has
down
to
when
go
it gets
through.
tight.
Yeah.
That's
Okay.
about the most good as you can do in that situation. That's why I wanted to take it on the street. To have these sort of weird
Yeah.
interactions.
To all those people that passed us, they think they were negotiating with a human.
I know.
All right, now we're making a left onto Redwood Avenue. We got a stop sign here, a four-way stop. A little bit of unevenness on the road. We got a guy turning right, and we're turning left, even though they're also turning right, which was good. Old FSD would have probably waited. Next, we got a right turn onto Oxford Street in a quarter mile.
Yeah, see here it's going 26. So it's
Uh-huh.
not afraid to do 25. It was just the
Now that the road's wider, it's
Yeah.
speeding up a little bit. It slowed down a little bit for that car. It is going a little too slow,
I agree.
but not.
It's not egregious.
It's not
Yeah,
egregious.
it's like a safe new driver.
Yeah.
So I think you can go up to like 30 or something.
I think we all know like speeding it up is like the easy part after it.
Yeah, I mean, it's using essentially a neural net to come up with what the speed should be by looking at the scene.
Yeah.
So I think it's looking at the road, it's residential, it's kind of narrow, and that's the speed it's choosing.
But it also has like some guidance of how safe to be.
Yeah.
You can dial this.
I think as it gets more confident, it's definitely gonna be a little bit more aggressive on what speed it chooses. All right, so we got a right. We got some kids playing basketball. I was kind of hoping one of them would run into the street.
I bet I could dunk on them.
8-year-old.
Are
All
we
right.
connected anymore?
I think we are.
Hilarious if we're not just narrating the whole time.
Well, we still got the video.
Yeah, that's true.
All right, we got another car approaching. No lane lines here. Notice how it doesn't really slow down. It just kind of hangs to the right. The other FSD would like stop dead.
Can you describe Machine's hair?
Looks kind of like, Velma from Scooby-Doo.
Oh, this is interesting. Yeah.
Yeah.
Going around.
There's a car going around a stop car. It waited.
So natural. Obstacle avoidance is just chef's kiss at this point. Unless it's a garbage can. Well, that's not a moving obstacle. I think for vehicles, it's got that garbage can situation.
Maybe the training data has people hitting garbage cans on purpose.
Maybe Machine went to put that garbage can there.
All right, looks like we got another stopped car right in front of our right turn. Oh, and we got another car coming. Oh my God. Oh my God, wow. Pretty good.
That's pretty good. I like it because it's also kind of trolling him. Yeah, it's like, I'm going to go slowly. Yeah. Okay. Fully tinted front window.
All right, we're making a right turn. We're approaching Popeye's Louisiana Kitchen.
I mean, that guy came around the corner very fast.
He didn't want us to try and overtake.
No, he didn't.
Okay, so we're waiting for a right turn, but somebody was making a U-turn. I waited for a guy.
And looking at him.
Yeah. So they can catch stuff you miss like that.
Yeah.
All right, now I think it's going to try and pull into the Popeyes parking lot.
That's a hard. Oh, it is. It doesn't have to be hard, right? It just kind of can if it finds the right parking. I think we've seen it once in Omar's video.
Let's see what it does.
Oh, I can't reverse, unfortunately. Nice.
All right, pretty good. There we go.
Awesome.
All right, anything else you want to try, or we good?
No, we're good.
All right. Glad you liked it.
Can you drive me back?
Yeah, sure.
It just sounds like you're going to leave me here.
Well, I love this.
Are you guys not going to Popeyes?
I mean, it looks pretty gross.
I mean, you have to do this. Come on, are you serious? I mean, unless somebody has time limitations, but come on, man.
Machine says he doesn't want any.
Are you serious? You're not gonna take Omar and Medet? Are you just ashamed to walk in?
I'm not ashamed. I'm not embarrassed by much. We're watching it get out of the parking lot. You can't get out this way.
It's trying to figure out how to get out.
There's no way. There's no way to go. Okay. It just doesn't have a reverse capability.
Yeah, it tried to go through a dead end.
But it did try to explore. I would have tried to explore that too.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of what a human would do.
If I didn't want to reverse, I'd first try to go that way. Oh, if you want to see a U-turn when we go to throw me off, I can.
Oh yeah, there's going to be a U-turn.
Oh, perfect.
So we can grant Jimmy's wish.
Habib says he just tipped Omar for to pay for your lunches at Popeyes.
That's okay. It honestly looks not that appetizing in there.
It says a lot about Machine that's a good food spot. Look at KFC right there too. KFC is inferior. I mean, there's a Subway. There's a bunch of
Subway, Redwood Liquor.
Actually, Chuck's Donuts. That's good. Good fun.
Atherton Cleaners and Alterations.
See how fake they are? You're not in Atherton, but they're close. So we're not gonna call those Redwood City Cleaners.
Maybe they moved
for people from Atherton. Yeah, it'd be discriminatory, but.
All right, so we're driving half a mile, then attempting a U-turn. So I don't know if it's going to make it, honestly.
A U-turn?
Yeah, I'm not used to it making U-turns, but
yeah,
I suppose it is possible.
We tried to force it and it avoided it last time, but I've seen videos of it doing it.
Yeah, so let's see.
Have you experienced it do it yet, Omar?
Yeah, I have at times, but not really at a major intersection like this. More like at a cul-de-sac or something like that. So there's a lot of traffic here. We'll see what it's able to do.
Well, it has a dedicated turn signal.
Oh, okay. A dedicated
wait,
U-turn turn
no,
signal?
it's going to try to do it the other.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, no, that's not no turn signal there. So we'll see how it does.
Oh God. Yes, this is going to be challenging. I feel like it probably won't be able to make it. If it does, I'll be super impressed.
They can actually make a U-turn here, but I know this with the Tesla maps. They tend to guide it to go further and make a U-turn because of the light timing. It's
Right.
faster. Oh really? Yeah. They're optimized for speed. Yeah.
I've had successful U-turns.
All right, we're a quarter mile away from the U-turn. The car's going very slow. Okay, now it's going the right speed.
Normally I would go here, but it's gonna do what Tesla says. Go to the next one.
Yep. All right, we're approaching the U-turn. Let's see what we're working with here. Okay. Okay, wow, this is a
hard U-turn.
This is no traffic light U-turn through fast traffic. Hold on to your assholes, kids. Okay, we got a perfect opportunity. Others are turning around.
It's taking it.
Let's go, baby. Let's go, bitch. Let's go, bitch. All right, there we go.
It did it. It did it. It could have gone faster, but it did it.
Yeah. That's what I'm talking about. Version 12, baby. Did you think it was going to do it?
Yeah, I mean, once it started moving into the intersection, I assumed it was going to complete it, but I wasn't sure. When it was like halfway turned, the car behind us was very impatient. Blocking.
Yeah.
It wanted to get through its turn.
Right.
And I wasn't sure if it was going to kind of get flustered, but no, unlike you two would have gotten flustered in that situation, and FSD Beta did not.
You know what? I look forward to the future spaces where you're insulting my driving and complimenting FSD.
All right, so we're here to drop off machine.
All right.
All right, thanks for joining us.
Thank you very much. Come in.
See you in space.
Yeah.
All right, so one takeover on the hills, but very smooth.
So is there, what do you guys think of that? I assume it was on a turn.
Oh. Hold on, we just lost them. That's they're probably saying goodbyes, crying as they part with each other. That wasn't too bad, right, Wes? I mean, he seemed very happy, and that's the happiest I've ever.
Totally.
That's the happiest I've ever heard the machine ever.
Yeah, yeah.
Like he
I
was
think he's
happier
trying to.
than.
Yep. I think he might be trying to save a little face because I think it was way better than I thought he was expecting. So we'll hear over time. I think his tone will change.
Yeah. Lance Wallard says in YouTube live chat, this is totally worth the Patreon. Thank you very much. Really cool.
Yeah, and I know Machine. I know he's very pragmatic. So I know he'll come around.
Yeah. Let's see, are they here? Not sure what happened. Let's see.
Yeah, I couldn't quite tell if that trash can thing was on a turn, but other folks who are on 12.3 have noticed that it seems to be pretty aggressive on the passenger side. Not so much on the driver's side, but it seems like on the passenger side, it gets very close to curbs. And one person has reported that it hit a curb that I've heard of. In fact, now I remember, it was the YouTube channel Black Tesla. And he keeps, in his Model S, he keeps his right B-pillar camera on so that he can watch curbs. And he takes over if it's getting too close. And does get very close. So I'm interested to know a little more details about this trash can interaction.
Yeah, Omar said he's gonna post it up. Soul for Act in the reply says, "Yeah, man, this drive is a risky move. I'm surprised you're allowing it. If FSD got them in a wreck, you would be out 3/4 of your spaces panel." That's true. That's true. Hey, I've actually heard of parents taking different planes before, just in case, like if something, one in a million chance happens or whatever.
Maybe back
Yeah.
in the day, but now air travel is incredibly safe.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
we
Yeah,
talked about that when we all got on the same plane. A bunch of people from Autopilot. We got on the same plane to go to Italy back in the day.
Oh, really?
Joked. Yeah.
You told us in this space before? First time I'm here. Tell us about it.
No, it's so long ago. I feel like I can talk about it now. But we investigated this company in Italy to potentially. We were interested in some of their IP because they were doing some fascinating things with multiple object tracking in a very tiny amount of memory and compute. So we were interested to look at that IP. Turned out to not be more advanced than what we were doing. So we kind of put that to the wayside. It was a very quick trip, but was one of the more interesting trips that I've had because I've never been really wooed by that. And I was so tired and I already had realized that we didn't really need their IP. So during one of the meetings, I I fell asleep because we took a red eye out, and Andrew had to wake me up. I literally fell asleep at the table, which was kind of sad, but not my most shining moment.
Oh, working hard. I mean, how many hours were you working there? Dale, go ahead.
I didn't want to get all technical, but I have a question for Wes, if that's okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, shoot.
So I'm a video guy, right? And so that's why I'm always interested in this stuff. But I know that a lot of the image sensors on consumer level cameras, they go into the IR and UV space a little bit, and it depends on which camera. But of course, for most applications, that never gets used. I was wondering if there's a chance that Tesla's cameras, especially the newest ones, whether the machine learning would interpret that data if it's available and it passes through the camera system, like at that wavelength.
There's a potential, but I would doubt it. The main goal of the sensor is not to get overwhelmed. You never want to be blinded. So Meta has talked about some ISO filtering that they could potentially be doing, and I agree with that, where you want to be sure that you're not letting too much light into the sensor at any given time or over a period of time, because it can't process those high contrast images. There is one thing that they do to also ensure that, and I think people have noticed this, is that they have red shift lenses, which means they see much higher contrast on the red side of the EMF spectrum. And that's something that they do to be sure that the lenses are not blinded by low sun rays, which is the most egregious scenario. So that's something that they do. As far as the other things, though, they do tend to get some of that data, I would think, depending on what type of sensor they have. And I don't know exactly what it is. If somebody were to know, I would be happy to go look up that tech sheet and let you know. But more than likely, I'm sure there's a filter, a hardware filter that's on there to keep it from being blinded.
Yeah, I only asked just because going back to, with end-to-end neural nets, machine learning, whether it can take some of that really nuanced information and do something with it, like infrared might be handy in certain situations at night. But like you said, you don't want to overwhelm the sensor. So I guess they'd use like an HDR or change the ISO.
Yeah, it's interesting. The front sensors, no, definitely not, because you've got headlights. So you've always got really nice white light. But on the other cameras, the other sensors, it's more nuanced because I mean we see this now, or at least I still see it with my 21 Model 3, is that the B pillars get blinded because there's too much black, and it can't understand that it's just dark, and it thinks that it's blocked or blinded, and so I get that error message. So my thought is that, and I see Meta's coming up. I think that it's very possible that they could be doing something a bit more fancy with those cameras because they don't have as much light.
Thanks for that.
Meta.
Hey guys, we're just getting back on the road after dropping off Machine. This is gonna be
So
mostly
Machine,
highway
how was
driving
your
talk.
experience?
Machine's no longer here.
He's here.
Oh,
Yeah, don't, you need to stop trying to talk for me. You don't speak for me. So I think,
Okay, Machine, we need your honest reflection.
For once in your life, be honest.
so I think it was really natural, as everyone has said, in terms of how I think it performed a lot of maneuvers and handled a lot of interesting, challenging cases, doing nuanced things like subtly, shifting a bit to the right when maybe a big truck was turning out onto the road to make sure there was enough space, adjusting its positioning whenever it would see a pedestrian. Just a lot of different tasks which you may not pay attention to, even as a human driver, that you may or may not. If you're a better human driver, safety wise, you would probably do the same thing. So there's a lot of stuff that you could easily see casually sitting in the car and not really being worried about it, driving you around. You wouldn't think, what is this car doing? Is it doing something unpredictable? No. So I think it's really on track for that. Absolutely. And, it's just one drive for me. And you can see how, for the most part, it can handle and see most things on the road and handle it properly. So all that, I fully understand why anyone who has the software could be very excited by this release, in terms of the progress and how it seems so close. And I would certainly say, as an L2 software, this is what I was imagining years ago that Tesla would be able to sell and that people would be willing to pay money for as an L2 assist. I could easily see someone paying for this, to help them drive the car, and they'd be willing to pay for it so they can go, whatever, not stressed out about it. Maybe they're looking at their phone a little bit or something. And now, when you get to, how close are we to robotaxi? That's still an area where counting up the rate of critical disengagements really matters. And it was it's too early to say where that's at. Like in that drive, we did have one main situation that is definitely an odd case, but it got confused by how to navigate around a garbage can. And it kind of just stopped. Although it tried to accelerate at first and then it stopped. And that's just, some small thing. But right now, if you count those up, on average for each person who drives, they may have one small thing on their drive. And it needs to get to a point where, you basically don't have those issues on the cars in aggregate for, thousands, if not 100,000 miles. And so that's still not clear to me when we're going to get to that point.
Meta.
I wanted to ask Machine. You're saying that people would be willing to pay for this as an L2 system. What price tag would you put that at?
I still think $200 a month is a bit much if you're talking about a subscription. It really depends on your your use case, right? If you're someone who's driving your car, commuting every day, quite a long distance or something, then I could see paying that. But
Yeah, I agree. If you're an Uber driver, if you commute a lot, it's a no-brainer today.
There's a lot of Uber drivers and a lot of people who like are in real estate or drive for a living. I agree because the cognitive load of driving all day and then doing your work, you'd probably be able to work a little bit longer and make more money or do your job better.
I mean, I just go back to the comments of the autopilot team. This is nothing yet. So if this really is just the beginning and we haven't seen anything yet, and the rate of critical disengagements continues to fall, we did a pretty extensive drive. We drove down, Meta drove down. We did the drive with machine. Only when we tried to break it by taking it to a challenging sort of hill terrain did we actually get a takeover. So the rate of critical safety related disengagements or really any interventions is pretty low. But if the autopilot team is serious, that really this is just the beginning and the next few versions are going to be even better, then that's kind of what we need to see. What is that rate of change in the rate of critical disengagements? If it's anything like what I've been seeing so far, it seems to be going pretty rapidly and actually accelerating. Each release is bigger than the last. But of course, it kind of remains to be seen until we try it for ourselves, just how good it is.
It's like trying to predict the slope of a curve with only like 2 or 3 points. It's a line. It could be exponential, it could be logarithmic, or it could just be
exponential.
It could be hyper exponential. The other thing I would say is on the disengagement rate, just like Omar was saying, I think they're looking at everybody's regular commutes, but a lot of people who are getting 12.3 are testing out scenarios they don't normally drive. So that's not the data the team is normally getting. It's good because it's going to improve the system overall. I think that's a good thing, but let's not let that bias how good it actually is going to be for the average person. Because if the average person is just driving the same commute all the time and it works for them, it's probably worth it.
Say question, because there's the ability of Omar to not have to touch the steering wheel. It seems like this could be, and I get that folks don't really care for the L2, L3, L4 discussion, but then kind of the next level is being able to not watch the road at all for a given period of time during the drive. You have to be in the driver's seat, but you have, a number of seconds. I think it's actually 12 seconds for an L3 system, where the system will tell you that you'll need to take over, in that amount of time. And I'm wondering if there's opinions about how close that is, because it kind of sounds like it's there now, outside of this trash can incident, which I need to hear more about. I still don't exactly understand what that scenario is, but regardless, like there's going to be some amount of miles that the system's going to be able to drive without a critical disengagement, or maybe the system would have just stopped and said, "Hey, you need to take over," in this scenario. And so I'm wondering if you guys have opinions on that.
So even with the trash can situation, I just confirmed with Omar as well, because he didn't hit the brakes. The car did accelerate towards a trash can, but then it stopped. I think the car was just going to get stuck there. So you would have had your 12 seconds to get it unstuck.
There
So
you
even
go.
in that scenario,
There we go.
in that scenario.
I think, like, for example, once the highway goes end to end and you're in a traffic jam on the highway less than 40 miles an hour, I definitely think they can be L3 in that situation and be better than Mercedes in the same situation. So that seems
Nice.
like a low hanging fruit. Then once you do, I think, highways in a traffic jam, next step would be highways at a faster speed.
Yeah, gotcha.
But I certainly agree they could go back to the nag not being as aggressive. I feel like they need to get Nitsa in the car driving around a little bit, like some of the people to just be like, okay, the regulators need to feel it and experience what it actually is, because the data is going to lag a little bit. until they get the rollout wide enough. And that's a chicken and egg problem.
Oh, you're saying before the wide rollout of 12.3 or 12.x. Is that what you're saying?
Well, if you wanted to get rid of the nag as early as possible, then you need to do that. But the alternative is you keep rolling out releases and you show how well the car is doing with the nag in place. Unfortunately, every now and then when people get the nag, they might accidentally disengage and stuff. People may not use it as much. So you're not going to collect as much data as if when you don't have the nag, right? Like without the nag, it's a super, super pleasant experience.
Yeah, totally. And I'm thinking that they need some clean data too, to where they can say, we absolutely know there was a critical disengagement, or we absolutely know that there wasn't.
Correct. So I feel like if anything, NHTSA should just release what's the criteria, and then go from there. I'm sure they have been in discussions about this.
There's any need to rush it. Just
Agreed.
release 12. They're rolling it out pretty wide, which looks good. Once everybody's comfortable, it looks pretty stable. You can start removing some of these protections over time as it's proved out. So I see, the nag coming off as something that could definitely happen this year. Cap and camera being less strict in traffic jams or even off in traffic jams, I could see that following soon after the highway goes end to end.
They could even theoretically find vehicles that have Uber driver like patterns or Turo like patterns. Maybe not Turo, but Uber driver like patterns and various other scenarios that make sense, and target them with like an on-screen, do you want FSD, here's a promo rate or a free trial. And I think this version would convert people. And they still have the free FSD when you buy a vehicle right now, right?
Yeah, 3 months free.
Yeah. So, Machine, if you had this
Just
for 3 months,
he's not here.
oh,
He
okay.
left. Yeah, he couldn't.
There's
This
a
is
Cybertruck.
Okay.
this is all the positivity he can handle. But man, that was the happiest we've ever seen Machine in this space.
Yeah.
And I just want to say a quick word to all the patrons that support this space, and also Thomas, who owns a computer shop, who sent me a MacBook Air. And because of his MacBook Air, this space is able to live stream, no issues on YouTube Live. I mean, before that, all the issues that we had with space dropping off and the computer heating up and everything, and Omar and Meta are dedicated higher tier subscribers on Patreon, and everybody else who've been patrons. With your help, this space is able to go on for hours every day, and YouTube Live goes on for hours, and there's zero chance it would happen without the patrons' help. Zero. So thank you very much. And Wes as well, and everybody else who coming here every day as speaker. Just extreme experts in their fields. Like this space is, people don't come into the space to listen to me talk. So, and with your help, it's able to go on and be such value to people's lives, I think. Thank you very much, everybody. Any questions, comments, please request to speak. That's really cool. And on YouTube Live, we have all the moderators as well. Steve Saranka, Drew, Sol, Chris, and so many people I'm forgetting. Justin is a member. Justin Straight is a member on YouTube. It's a group effort. We added 6 people today to Patreon, which is great. If you want to join the cool group, you may do so at the top of our screens through the link, patreon.com. Wes and then Tom Clun.
I think Tom may beat me by a second, but I'll be quick. I haven't seen any other 12.3 critical disengagements yet. And if anybody has one, I'd love to hear about it, or they have a clip or a link that they could send or post. That'd be awesome. And I'm really looking forward to hearing this or seeing this trash can thing, because it sounds like it was just too thin. And I'm interested to see how tight that was. Anyway, sorry, Tom.
Tom Clue?
Yeah, I just had a question for Wes or anyone else interested. A while back, Elon mentioned that he thought hardware 3 could be roughly 2 to 3 times safer than a human, and hardware 4 could be 5 to 6. Like, how do you think he estimated that, and what do you think he was thinking about when he came up with an estimate like that? What are some of the either hardware challenges or other scenarios that you think he might have been considering?
My thought, and I'd love to hear others too, my thought is that he's trying to make use of the hardware. Might be the simplest way that I could say it. Hardware 4 is obviously going to be more powerful and can obviously do more. And I think in the short term, he's probably just referencing the fact that it's just more capable. In the long term, they should all be equivalent, because the models are just going to get smaller and smaller, and eventually you'll be just running the same model on all the hardware, and all of the hardware is going to be able to do roughly the same amount. I would think that possibly there might be a little difference in what more powerful hardware can do, sensors and compute, memory, networking, all that stuff. But I don't think it'll be material. We will get to a point in the long term where there's just no more accidents. And that's, I know, kind of crazy to talk about, but that is why, those of us that have been in this field, that's why we do it. So I think that's what he's referring to. And maybe just to be a little bit more specific, like hardware 4 can have 30% more compute. And the sensors can maybe see, 3 times as much. And so you can only do so much with that sensor data with that amount of compute. And like hardware 5 would even have more compute. Thus, it can do more with the pixels that are coming in. So I think that's where he's kind of roughly coming up with those numbers, because that sounds like a rough estimation on what one chip to the next chip from one sensor generation to the next sensor generation can do. I hope that helps.
I also have to give a shout out to Habib. Habib has been a long time supporter of the space and YouTube on so many fronts. Thank you. Dale?
So I don't know if Meta's there, but this is for Meta and or Wes. So much, we're talking about the models, Wes, how they could become more efficient over time. And I was just wondering, with a video model of that size, can you quantize it like an LLM to make it more compact and more efficient?
Quantizing refers to when you take each of the neurons and you reduce how many bits they have. So like going from 32 down to 16 or 8 without retraining. There's a lot of papers that have shown that quantizing is not a good way to do it. These days, what you do is you just use a parent-teacher model, do knowledge distillation, and train the smaller model with the parent model, and lots of examples. So that's actually been very effective to the point where I don't think there's anybody saying that it stops working at some point. So far, like the Chinchilla paper, the Llama paper, all those papers are showing is every time you throw 10x more tokens, you get halving of the parameter count. And the starting ratio is 20 to 1. So you need 20 parameters to 1 token.
Thanks, Meta.
Yeah, I'd second all that. There is some benefit that you can get with quantizing it. And largely that's what's happening from training to inference anyway. You're not dealing with as much precision. So it might not yield that much benefit, and it sounds like there's more more articulate ways to do it, more elegant ways to do it now. But you can potentially have some models that run at a lower quantized precision and save a ton of memory and run at a much faster control loop. And there might be benefits to that. I'm not saying that from my standpoint, I'm not saying that that's cut and dried. And I would want to be sure that we'd look at that if there was that option to be sure that that wasn't the best option. But it does sound like there are more elegant ways to do it. And granted, you don't want to quantize unless you have to, because that generally just leads to worse inference overall. I mean, I'm not talking like it's hugely worse, but it's generally not better. I'm talking about a method by which if you did that and you were able to like step up the inference rate, like potentially by 10x, that might allow you to, as the output of that model is input into another model that maybe isn't quantized or runs efficiently as an input to that, then you might be able to get better outcomes, more accurate predictions. Anyway, it's a good question.
There's also a lot of value in so quantizing is when you don't retrain, but basically to Wes's point, you can definitely like bring models down, and we know Tesla's doing that because when they released the Dojo paper originally, they also talked about starting to use C-Float 8 and C-Float 16, which is a iteration on the B-Float stuff from DeepMind. That stuff is basically Tesla saying, based on all the sensors that we have, we know how much precision we need.
You're breaking up.
How many bits we exponent they need it on the hardware. And just like what you said about this, if they're using NVIDIA chips in the cloud, they can quantize or train down models and then run more simulations and more training on the same sets of chips. So there's actually a lot of value in that. This is partly why, Yaman, when people say we need 10x more compute, I think that's true if you hold software constant, but generally that's not what's happening.
Right. So after today's ride, do you think you something you're going to be right by May?
What if Meta wins his bet? It's more in the cards than it should be. It's more realistic than it sounds.
All I'm saying is Phil said 3 releases. I think I got 4 releases by your definition of buy, because buy is the end of May. Right, Yaman?
Yeah, by the end of May, exactly.
And you know what's funny is Yaman on my side of the bet, yet it feels like he's on the opposite side of my bet.
Yeah,
yeah,
exactly.
Window.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was on your side, and then we got to March, and I switched sides.
Switch sides at the wrong time, my man.
No, there's no switching sides. I am on your side. It's in ink on paper.
I'm just saying, like, for a year ago, I'm happy with where I am on the bet. That's all I got to say. I am happy with my reasoning to try and figure out where things were going to be based on where things were in paper land.
To our credit, we predicted the rollout of V12 spot on.
Yeah, you did. Yeah.
They said end of the year, so probably Q1 it'll roll out. And boom, Q1.
Also, then when you got V12,
V12, I said by the end of March it'll be rolled out to everybody. Boom, rollout started.
Now we got 3 more releases. If they're going for bi-weekly releases, which sounds like the cadence, right? And the last 3 releases, they had 1 miss. So 75%, give it a month. We might be there. And I think even Elon said by early May, it's going to be.
It's a lot harder to release code than to release an updated model.
Maybe. I don't know if I agree with that one.
I mean, there's a lot less surface area for sort of code bugs. the code itself might not be changing all that much.
I think you meant to say it's a lot easier to release code, right? Or
Yeah, no, I meant to say that making code changes is a lot more error prone.
oh yes, yes. But updating them once you've updated the model, you spend more of your time testing, and that's when things come out really nice. And so I think that's exactly right. I think the team is spending much more time on testing the model based code than they had to spend with code. But there was a lot more bugs and a lot more difficulty getting the code to work. And then you would always miss things. So
Right.
I think you get a better product in the same amount of time.
There's reason to be hopeful that they could stick more closely to a 2-week release cadence.
Yes.
The old stack, it was all over the place.
Right. Yeah, it's exactly true. With a model, you just ship what you have every 2 weeks.
Exactly. Just keep training it, just ship it every couple weeks, integrate the QA process in that way.
Yep.
Should, in theory, it should work that way. We'll see how it works in practice.
In theory, they could hire more people and they could do parallel release, effectively get a weekly release cadence.
12.3.1 coming out so close after 12.3 is a good sign as well.
And that speaks to the claims about compute limitations can't be real, right? This is because of like parameter efficient fine tuning, LoRa, Dora, whatever they're using. It allows you to not have to retrain the foundation model. And then they can use compute in the background to start training 12.420 or 13, whatever they want to call the next foundation model.
Thank you, Jose Nunez Jr., for tipping on X. I appreciate it. All right. Let's see. Meta or Omar. Michael, go ahead.
Yeah. I mean, one question, since I dropped in and out, is there any news about the auto park being part of 12.3 as well, or is that only on the 2024 branch right now?
We talked about that earlier, but Omar, do you remember what Telescope said?
We couldn't hear the question. What was it?
Is Auto Park part of the 2024 branch, or is it going to be part of the FSD?
2024.
Both. But it is in the 2024 branch, non-FSD branch right now as well. So both.
Right.
Okay. I had seen the screenshot. It was on the 2024. I was just curious if it's already
on employee cars right now, but it still might be a little bit before it's on customer cars. But the firmware that has it is starting to roll out.
Yeah. It's figuring it out just fine.
All right.
The speed adjustment on the potholes is.
Yeah.
Hey, Meta, question for you. How many people do you think own FSD by the end of the year? How many people own FSD by the end of the year? This is a question, obviously, that it kind of encompasses a bunch of different things. Your estimates of, pace of progress for the software, any sort of take rate increase, what people will be looking for to sign up for the software, and also material to the bottom line of Tesla, depending on the answer that you give. So,
yeah, depending on the answer that I give, there could be a coffee bet is the issue.
Yeah, there's always a risk of a coffee bet for sure.
Let's say not coffee bet number, but I wouldn't be surprised at 800 to 1 million, with the assumption that my other bet comes true, and the vehicles actually reduce the nag. Like where we are right now, by May, this thing's gonna be phenomenally good. By June, July, August, like September, October, we're giving till the end of the year. I think it's easily 800.
I think it's probably going to be nearly perfect and feature complete by the end of the year.
I agree.
And think about this. If 400,000 people bought it when it sucked,
exactly.
How many people are going to buy it now that it actually works?
and it's only launched in the US. When they launch it in Asia and Europe, how many people are
Yeah.
going to buy it who didn't buy it before? It's not inconceivable to think about users doubling or more within the next 12 to 18 months.
I think 800 is conservative. Yeah.
When was the last time? When was the last time?
Not to mention there are Teslas out there.
Meta, when was the last time anything you said turned out to be conservative?
I mean, the last time I said something about the summer was not conservative.
What was that? Summer of
Fair. Summer of last year.
What's that song? Party like summer of 69. Yeah.
But to be fair, they completely ditched V11 and just went V12.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. 800,000, you say.
Which,
and who
you know, is
said
good.
somebody said
Yeah.
700,000 earlier today. I forget who that was. Dale, what do you think? How many people do you think will be on FSD, using FSD, purchase or subscribe by the end of this year?
Like I wonder in my head. You're asking
Not
me,
you.
right?
I can't hear Dale. Can you guys hear Dale?
Hello, can you hear me?
Meta? All right, I'm going to be back. Hold on one second. All right, Dale, what did you say? What was your answer?
I think it's. Can you hear me now, Yaman?
Yeah.
Okay. Unfortunately, I think it's going to be. If they open it up into other countries, I think that changes everything, and it's really going to explode whenever that happens. It'll be way beyond 800. But I think if it's just in the US, I think the early adopters that really wanted it and thought it was cool and wanted to experience it, they ordered it and got it. And I think there's going to be, even with it done, I think for it to communicate out, like you have to experience the product, you have to at least see a video on YouTube or something to understand it. And I'm just thinking it's going to take a longer period of time to get to like an 800,000 number, even with it perfect, because like information travels slow, and maybe advertising would help. I'm not a big fan of that. I like the word of mouth, and I like Tesla's current approach, but I think it'd be difficult to reach 800.
Got it. Michael? Michael, you may unmute yourself and go ahead.
Yeah, actually, I'm driving into sunset here, so I can barely see anything. Anyway, I have a similar question. It's when do you think there will only be FSD? Like everything else is gone, and every car, every Tesla, yeah, it's autopilot, but behind the scenes, it's really just a limited FSD. Does that make sense?
Meta?
Yes, Yaman?
Did you hear Michael's question?
We can't hear Michael.
Oh, yeah, Michael, I think there's an
Let's
issue
try
with your connection, I think. All right. James.
Yeah, I just wanted to let everybody know I just went on a 40-minute drive, and whenever it wasn't going the speed limit I wanted it to go to, it consistently would go to the speed limit I wanted it to if I pressed on the accelerator, and it would hold that speed.
Others no? Oh, no, nobody can hear you. You know what? We're actually we passed 4.5 hours now. So maybe we should call it a day. This was a long day. Earlier, we talked about all the news of the day, and for about an hour, more than an hour, Omar and Meta picked up machines, and they went on an FSD ride. We added a bunch of people on Patreon today. 6 people signed up for Patreon today. It's a good day. Let's see. We talked about Apple being sued by DOJ earlier. If you wanna, you can go on YouTube and watch 2x speed as well. Tesla closed 1.6% down at $173 per share. Overall markets up 0.2%, NASDAQ 0.3%, S&P, Apple stock down 4.1% today. Aside from that, it's a mixed. Micron announced earnings up 14% this morning. I think the stock is stretched. I'm going to publish an article on that front tomorrow, probably. We talked about initial weekly claims coming in Goldilocks. Crude oil, $81. Yield curve unchanged pretty much today. 10-year treasury was at 4.27. We talked a lot about FSD today. Matt Sankosi was a valuable evening. Thank you. Thank you very much for everybody for your support as well. Omar?
Hey, what's up?
I'm getting ready to wrap up the space.
Yeah, sounds good. Wrap it up. We're
Yeah,
just driving. I'm dropping that off.
Literally no
Yeah.
interventions in the city.
Yeah.
The only intervention we had was with Machine. I think he was bad luck.
We're gonna look at the.
Yep. So that's about it from us. We'll have the video out on YouTube.
All right. The video will go on YouTube soon on Omar's channel. Thank you very much, everybody. And I will talk to you guys next time. Take care.